federal donations went to Democrats. So it's quite obvious how biased they were. They weren't, this is not a bipartisan affair.
I feel like he's, preparing us for the next job because he keeps referring to different
donations
previous jobs
to Democrats.
I'm expecting something major. I've got a question for you, Seb, and that's Ukraine. We had a few debates on this space about Ukraine. How do you think the war will end? I know it's a very tough and general question, but would love your thoughts on it.
Okay. And then please, would you recognize my buddy Crypto Lawyer? He's got a very interesting question. Look, on Ukraine, the calculus has changed a little bit in the last 48 hours because the thing that Putin needed the most was Victor Bout. Victor Bout is, the most prolific and most dangerous arms seller in the world. Russia was in deadly need of somebody like Victor Bout to help them out. So that changes the calculus to a certain extent. However, when it comes to the other side, the Ukrainian side, every Ukrainian, even if they're Russian speakers, knows that Stalin and the Kremlin murdered up to 8 million Ukrainians in the Holodomor, literally starved Ukrainians to death in the name of communism. As a result, Ukraine will fight not to the last man, they'll fight to the last 12-year-old holding an AK. So this could be a protracted war. The Ukrainians will never surrender. I imagine it will get to a certain point of stasis, like a frozen conflict like we have in Transnistria and South Ossetia today. I think the Ukrainians will continue to push like they did with Kherson. The only thing that will be beyond their capacity to recapture is Crimea. So I think we'll see some successes from Ukraine and then a freezing in place until Putin dies. Putin doesn't look too healthy, so we'll see how long he lasts. Naturally, if he passes, then there may be a little window for some kind of negotiation. But until then, protracted, irregular, and conventional conflict.
There's concerns that Putin may have Parkinson's, basically. So
there's all kinds of BS there. I mean, it's like what they told us for 12 years that Bin Laden had renal failure. I mean, this stuff is all crap. Like he's on steroids and he's roided out. Let's wait and see. He looks a little unhealthy, and so would you if you were losing a war to the nation that's ranked 20 places behind you on the military balance. But he could last another 10 years. The question is what happens after that.
Yeah, I think that personally, right, just speaking on this, on the issue of Ukraine, I think it will be protracted, but I think that if Putin were to go away, either, he steps down or somebody else takes over, I think that we're going to see a more gung-ho leader because, Putin, for all intents and purposes, is a moderate in comparison to the other people who want the top spot, right? So if Medvedev comes in, I mean, he's going to go full.
Medvedev is always a meat puppet, and he's an alcoholic. He's got very serious cirrhosis. So, it depends. It depends how tired the Russians are after a year or 2 years or 3 years or 5 years of war. So I have no capacity to predict who would take over from Putin, but there would be a short window of opportunity.
So I've got, there's a new job, Ian, if you can read that.
Yep, I can do that. That's my job, apparently.
You're very well spoken, man.
Hey, it's a pretty
You're a great narrator. We don't have Morgan Freeman, so you're the second, Ian.
Okay. All right. So in 2017, Yoel Roth tweeted that there were actual Nazis in the White House. We know this one. And in April 2022, Roth told a colleague that his goal is to drive change in the world, which is why he decided not to become an academic. So this guy has a savior complex, right? Yoel Roth, the guy who wrote an article, or sorry, rather a PhD thesis on why he thinks children should be allowed on social media and engage in, sexual activity. This guy, he wants to change the world. And I don't think that his views align with any of ours.
And a question for you, Ian. Can you remind us what his position was?
Yoel Roth was the head of trust and safety. He was essentially the CEO. He was the CEO in the shadows. He's a shadow CEO because Jack Dorsey was too busy being on vacation and working at his other company, Square.
Okay, let's see what the next drop is. So I think he's leading us to something. He keeps pointing to different things that we already know, but I think they relate to what the drop will be in a bit. Seb, before we go to Crypto Lawyer, I've just got another question for you. Worst case...
Hang on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Do you
want me to go to Crypto Lawyer first?
No, carry on.
Okay, so back to the Ukraine war. What could lead to the worst case scenario that we all think is unlikely, and that's the use of nuclear arms?
I've always been a little bit iconoclastic on this issue. So you have to realize who you're dealing with. Vladimir Putin is a Cold War dinosaur. He's a fourth-tier KGB colonel. Look at his career. This is an individual. If you were any good, if you had any capacity as a KGB officer, where did you get posted during the Cold War? You would be posted in London, Washington, or Paris. This loser gets posted in East Germany, okay? He gets posted to the crappiest, most Stalinist, regime outside of Albania because he's so bad. So this person, isn't a great strategic mind, and neither is Dugin. People always talk about Putin's brain, Dugin. No, sorry, Dugin's been out of favor with the Kremlin for about 4 years now. But he's a KGB colonel, and that's the most important thing, which means he's a rational actor. This isn't, Bin Laden. This isn't Zawahiri. This isn't, some crazy ideologue. This is a man who stated once he became president that the greatest tragedy of the 20th century was the loss of the Soviet Union. And this is what really pisses me off when conservatives say, he's a great warrior against the WEF and he's a great champion of Western civilization. You're talking about the same guy that actually persecuted Christians when he worked in the Lubyanka. So this isn't a madman. So the idea of nuclear war is off the table. It is true that the doctrine of the Russian Federation's army has changed in terms of tactical nuke use in the last 10 years and escalation at the local level. And the last war game they played about 3 years ago involved a scenario where tactical nukes would be used against Poland in a war with on the soil of Belarus. This is all true, but there would have to be a pretty logical justification for the use of tactical weapons, nuclear weapons in the theater, and I just don't see it. When the biggest threat you have is our javelins or the British javelins and our manpads blowing up Russian tanks is the biggest problem Russia has. It's very hard to justify nuclear use in the battlefield. So I don't buy the worst case scenario. The real worst case scenario is this lasting for 15 years.
So I've got a lot more questions on this, but Ian, this drop is really interesting. I'm not sure if you saw it. Do you want to read it out? That one is, I was just reading it now.
Yeah, for sure. Having trouble scrolling through a thing. Okay. Yeah, Joel Roth, Nazis. Sorry.
So you saw it?
Okay. Yeah, so I see it now, yeah. On January 7, Jack Dorsey emails employees saying Twitter needs to remain consistent in its policies, including the right of users to return to Twitter after a temporary suspension. So Jack, for all intents and purposes, is sticking to the rules. Good for him. After, Roth reassures an employee that people who care about this is a quote, people who care about this aren't happy with where we are. And so there is a long piece of text here from Joel Roth to an employee where he says, Jack's emails have been _fine ... But ultimately, I think people want to hear from Vijaya or Dell or someone closer to the specifics of this who can reassure them that people who care about this are thinking deeply about these problems and aren't happy with where we are. A few engineers have reached out to me directly about it, and I'm chatting with them. But it's so clear that they just want to know that someone is doing something about this. And it's not where we're ignoring the issue here. So the other person replies to him and says, I think there's also an opportunity to help people understand that while it seems obvious and simple that we should permaban Trump's personal account, we can't afford to take that immediate action without first playing the movie out, he puts it in quotes, and anticipating all the other things that can happen. and that we figure out the plans for those possible scenarios. For example, if we suspend the personal account and you post the same thing on the official government account, do we suspend that too? People can be forgiven for not thinking beyond the thing that's immediately in front of them, but Jack, Vijaya, Del, and you don't have the luxury of just pulling the trigger without thinking things through. So this guy's basically sucking up to Yul Roth, right? He knows who the power really is. We tell them repeatedly that people are on it and that people are working on it and that they're scratching their heads wondering how hard can it be to decide if this single account is in violation. So it seems here like Roth is making the decision along with Vijaya and Del to kind of override Jack, because they're not really happy with Jack. They're not really happy with his idea that Twitter needs to be very consistent in its policies. So this is what it was building up to, where they start crafting a new set of policies just to affect Donald Trump and afterwards anybody else that crosses their paths.
My question
It seems like I was just going to say really quick in response to that last tweet and all of it really, that they put these people in charge who felt that they needed to sort of water down information or treat us all like, you know, the general populace, like we are so dim-witted that we cannot, you know, process certain information and we need to have it withheld from us in order to protect us, I guess, from ourselves, which is just so bizarre.
Yeah, that's a very astute observation. I mean, look, if this is just further confirmation that these folks started with a predetermined narrative and were determined to get there by any means necessary, and they really took advantage of, Jack's, hippie world travels or whatever, and really seized that as an opportunity to really instill more like authoritarian instincts.
Yeah, and I'm just curious to see how much did Jack know about these discussions seemingly behind his back.
I think they clued him in on it, and he was, he wanted to remind people that they had a set of rules. And I think Tom has his hand up. Tom?
Well, hang on, crypto lawyer.
Oh, yeah, crypto lawyer first. Yeah, let him ask first.
Hey, thanks, guys. Hey, Seb, what's up, brother?
Hey, how's it going?
Good to see you. Good to see you. So yeah, we haven't spoken since Mar-a-Lago. Want to ask you a question, right? I came in here a couple nights ago, and I think I pissed in everyone's cereal when I said, we don't have 1A, we don't have government involvement. What we're looking at, right? So after
No. I did that first. You can't take credit. You did it. All the conservatives first.
No,
we might have had a Vulcan mind meld, but let's say we both did it.
Okay. Because I have a recording that was sent to me where Seb says, "Hey, I got to stick up for my buddy Crypto Lawyer," and I was like, "Oh, that was nice. That was nice of Seb." So I didn't mean to piss in everyone's cereal, but after 15 years in DOJ, I see things a little differently, right? So anyway, last night I think we saw some of the first drops that I would say are linking some of this up to the government, right? We have these meetings, things like that. So we have 1A, we have 230. People confuse them all the time. They're not mutually exclusive, but if I had $1 for every argument I've been in the past week with 1A and 230 with people, I'd be rich by now. So my question is to you. I know where I stand, but they don't give a shit where I stand. I want to know where you stand. Are we getting closer to 1A? That's kind of the softball, right? Are we getting closer to 1A, but are we there yet? And what do we need to actually have a 1A tangible detriment case?
Look, I hate doing this because, predictions.
Well, no. Just tell me what you would want then.
Oh, it's very look. You're the lawyer. Why are you asking me?
Because no one cares. No one cares what I think, Seb. No one gives a fuck what I think.
We need to have a paper trail,
right?
Where somebody it can't be GS15 at Liberty Crossing. It's got to be somebody on the 7th floor of one of the departments. It's got to be DOJ, Hoover Building, or White House. That is demanding, quasi ordering Twitter to restrict somebody's speech. When we have that, and it's not because it's child pornography or inciting violence. When somebody is being silenced for their political expression, that is when we have a First Amendment violation.
Right. And let me ask you this last question. Do you think Twitter has those?
Right now, my impression is what we are seeing. I'm a little bit annoyed. Look, I trust Elon when it comes to openness. the speed, and I know it's got to be terabytes worth of stuff they're going through, and having James Baker scrub it is of course a problem. But I think what we are seeing now is a fraction of a percent of the potential paper trail, and I expect to see some legally actionable documents eventually.
Okay, thanks, Seb.
Thanks.
Okay, Tom, you want to go next?
Thank you, Seb. Some great presentations, and I've heard some of your stories before, but I still get infuriated when I hear them again.
Good.
Especially seeing what I saw at in the Trump administration, where we spent more time fighting the Trump administration on transparency issues than the Obama administration, and these were transparency issues that arguably could have, benefited the common good in a way that any sensible conservative would have seen. But they wanted no part of it, and it wasn't the deep state, as someone told me it was the top state there. So these were Trump appointees thwarting accountability for the corruption around them, and that had happened during the Trump administration. Look, there's more than enough information out here to generate a serious criminal investigation into what went on. You have the head of the company admitting this is happening. I mean, I tweeted out yesterday or last night, files show Twitter activist employees without basis suppressed and censored the President of the United States. This is damning evidence of election interference, and unequivocally true, must said. The evidence is clear and voluminous. So when you have a corporation interceding in a campaign secretly like this, and doing it in consult and in constant collusion and collaboration with federal government agencies, any U.S. attorney or any sensible prosecutor is going to see or going to ask what was going on here. And on top of that, you had, as the crypto lawyer suggested, direct evidence of the FBI asking that American tweets be taken down, not because there were any intelligence issues. I just can't imagine a scenario where the FBI is able to direct a company or collaborate in a friendly way with a company to censor the tweets of any American, let alone even begin looking at them. So, let's cut to the chase here. The CEO of Twitter has admitted and highlighted criminal conduct, arguably by the prior management of this company and the FBI. And so, we don't have to be. I would suggest it will be good to get more information, but there's more than enough to initiate a criminal investigation by the relevant government agencies. And the challenge that we have here, though, politically, I think, is that obviously the Biden administration is running the show, and they're currently doing this criminal activity more explicitly from the podium of the White House, encouraging, and out of the White House, demanding and encouraging censorship of Americans. But on top of that, because Trump is facing political challenges for his reelection campaign, many in the Republican establishment are more than happy to see him being pummeled, and are less willing than they otherwise might have been to go after Twitter and the other big tech companies that I guarantee you were doing similar activities, because they have a political interest in seeing Trump diminished, and they don't want to defend him and raise him up. And it's my view that all good men should come to the aid of President Trump in this regard, including putative candidates for the campaign. And because in addition to being about Trump, when they're censoring Trump or censoring other conservative influencers and major accounts, what they're doing is they're punishing and censoring the content of millions of Americans, many of whom these same people are asking for votes from.
Yeah, look, Tom, God bless you and your team at Judicial Watch. You're absolutely right on the one hand, but this isn't news. I mean, Judicial Watch reported on this, 2-3 years ago? You have the State Department ambassador in Ukraine, Yovanovitch, who's illegally tasking State Department employees back at Foggy Bottom to monitor the social media accounts of me, a private citizen who's no longer in the White House, Dan Bongino, Rudy Giuliani, and Don Jr. I mean, that's the State Department ambassador in Ukraine is illegally tasking the State Department back in D.C. to run monitoring teams on our social media. That person should have been up in front of a judge already, but it boils down to one thing. Who's going to have the testicular fortitude to bring a case? Because it's not going to be the Virginia judges that let, Michael Sussman walk on a crime where you actually had the tweets that he lied about not working for Hillary Clinton when he bought his fake file to the then general counsel of the FBI. So you've got to find judges and prosecutors or even sheriffs at this point who are prepared to uphold the U.S. Constitution. So, Tom, keep doing what you do, but it boils down to one thing, as it ever does. Courage, courage, courage.
And there's a new drop while you were speaking, Seb, as well. Ian,
go ahead. I'll read that. Yep. So around 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, Yoel Roth DMs his colleagues with news that he is excited to share. He says, guess what? Jack just approved repeated offender for civic integrity. The new approach would create a system where 5 violations or 5 strikes will result in a permanent suspension. So he's quite happy, he's quite thrilled with the idea of banning people. And he says in a DM here, he says, directional approach should be something like labels which are severe enough to result in disabled engagements incur strikes. So if you post something that is, say, critical of the lockdowns, and then or maybe something that's about mail-in ballots, that could count as a strike. Even if it doesn't necessarily lock you out, it could count as a strike. So, for instance, he provides an example. Strike 1. Label only strike. Strike 2, label only strike. Strike 3, label plus 12-hour timeout. Strike 4, label plus 7-day timeout, and then strike 5, permanent suspension. So that is how that's how the system worked. And that's why people wondering why is it that sometimes they immediately get suspended? Well, probably because they've been hit with label strikes a bunch of times.
And there's another tweet right after that.
Okay.
The way I do it is I just click on tweet and replies. I just refresh that, and it shows you every time he tweets a new one.
Oh, that's smart. Yeah, that's pretty smart. Mine scrolls all the way up to the top, so it's doing dumb shit right now. I'm just going to his timeline. Okay. Progress, exclaims a member of Roth's Trust and Safety team. The exchange between Roth and his colleagues makes clear that they had been pushing Jack Dorsey for greater restrictions on speech Twitter allows around elections. Goddamn. So, yeah. That's where we are at so far.
That's progress.
But it does show that Jack, but it does show Jack was at least aware of what's going on. I know he's being influenced by his team, but he was aware. It's not like he was completely hands off, at least as I initially thought.
Right, yeah, he wasn't kept out in the dark. It's more like they had to convince him because he still had to sign off on it, right? It's his site. Yeah.
Catherine, I see your hand up for a while.
Thank you, Mario. I hate to bring this back to Ukraine. I mean, I don't hate bringing this back to Ukraine, but Mario, you brought the conversation into it, and I sort of enjoyed the remarks that Sebastian made. So I have a question for you, if you don't mind answering. So basically, in terms of, there is this sense amongst a lot of people, this sort of dread of the nuclear option and these sort of ongoing threats, which I sort of tend to agree that they seem to me like, I am very skeptical that Putin is this like true madman, and I think they are rather calculated. But it seems like the leaders of many countries are acting as if they're not, and it almost feels like there is an intention there to not be involved. To sort of heed these seriously. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that, whether you think that it's sort of they're playing into the game themselves, and also if you think there is any kind of involvement from other, whether European or U.S. Forces, where not physical forces, but rather, politically.
You're being very vague, Catherine. I don't understand what you're asking.
Okay, I'm asking whether there's any kinds of involvement. Is there any kind of benefit to countries like, say, the U.S. for the war to continue, and also whether, and if not, is there anything that can be done politically to any kind of involvement, either from Europe or the U.S., that can push the war to end quicker without Ukraine, dissolving?
Of course, there's incentives. I mean, think about it. There's most of everybody's. All the conservatives who are complaining about the money to Ukraine haven't actually read the aid bills. The majority of the money to Ukraine doesn't go to Ukraine. It goes to the Ukraine to spend on American products and services. There's even a passage in the original bill that says multiple billions of dollars will be used by the CIA for undisclosed purposes. So it's not like Obama, where we literally had pallets of cash that were shipped on night flights to Tehran. It's not what we're doing in Kiev. We're giving them some money. We're giving them military assistance, but the vast majority of those monies get siphoned back into the companies here in the U.S., into the Beltway bandits, and to people who support both political parties or the intelligence community. So yes, of course, the interest that it go. It's not a big conspiracy theory. This is the way military aid has always been done. We don't write blank checks. We tell them, here's some money as long as you spend it on us. That's the majority of the aid.
So are they pretending
Catherine, I'll have to interrupt you because there is a new drop. That's the only reason. I do apologize. Ian, there was a drop about 2 minutes ago. Can I read that one quickly? Thanks a lot. Sorry, Catherine.
Yeah, the colleague wants to, and after this, I think we should pivot back to the drops themselves and
I agree.
About Ukraine. Yeah. So the colleague wants to know if the decision means Trump can finally be banned. The person asked, does the incitement to violence aspect change that calculus? Roth says it does not. Trump continues to have just this one remaining strike. Yeah. So that's the chat between the two of them. First one I read earlier is about progress. And then Trump continues to have his one remaining strike. So they put him on a very short leash.
Yeah, I would say this one is kind of on the other side. So the colleague is asking on whether. So I'm just trying to understand the question. Does the incitement of violence aspect change that calculus? So is he meaning like the incitement to violence gets a new strike? Is that what he's asking?
Yeah, he's asking if that requires an immediate ban, right? Because that would be Trump's fourth strike. So they're asking, can we just bypass it, and just skip past 4 and just go straight to 5 because it's incitement to violence, and usually that results in a permanent suspension immediately. Like if somebody says, I'm going to kill you on Twitter, you immediately get banned. It doesn't matter if you have 0 strikes in your account. That is permanent, right? So
I'll add on 2 points. I'll give the mic to Tom, but Ian, let me know if you agree with me. I think this is the positive. Actually, first, the negative is that there's a lot of employees that really want to just ban Trump and they're trying to override the system. That's a negative. The positive, at least in this case, for this one's that Mr. Roth is sticking to the system.
I would not credit Roth for this. It's more like Roth
Jack.
and side with Jack. Yeah, Jack wouldn't want them to act immediately. So Jack said it's 5 strikes or nothing, right? Like that's just how it is. And Roth is just going by it. So he's just waiting for Trump to fuck up. That's basically all that happened. Roth is on board with the people beneath him who are saying we need to ban Trump immediately. He just couldn't do it without Jack's authority.
Just shows the bias is gradually overriding the system. Tom, I know you had your hand up.
Yeah, just to kind of bring us back to where we are versus yesterday's dump with today's dump. Remember the comment about, I think, restricting one of his tweets. It wasn't that the tweet was violative. They just found it to be something they didn't like because they didn't like Trump, and he was being punished for other things he had done that weren't violative either of Twitter rules. And remember, Trump was ultimately suspended, and I think this is where we're probably going here in terms of the intro from Schellenberger, is that they changed the rules in such a way so that it became that the final tweet he issued before he was his account was destroyed was that he said he wasn't going to go to the inauguration. Now, there's no way on earth that is incitement or anything else other than a man exercising his First Amendment rights not to attend a government function. And
Is
so
there
I
any
think what
way
we're going to
to
see is
interpret
how they manage to reinterpret their rules to require him to be banned because of that.
Yeah.
Is there any way to interpret that as an incitement to violence? Like, is there anyone who can think of a way to interpret that as an incitement to violence? Like, I'm not a fan of personally.
Yes. I was having this conversation earlier with another journalist, and he's a conservative, but he's on the fence about Trump, and he felt right. I'm not saying I'm agreeing with him or anything like that, but he felt that when Trump put out that video or put out that tweet telling people to go home, it felt a bit like he was winking at them, like he was kind of pleased with the protesters being at the Capitol. Now, I don't say I agree with that. I don't think I do. I think
no, absolutely. I have heard this from other people that it's like a wink, wink. You have to read between the lines. I have heard that sentiment a lot from people who kind of do consider, But how do you prove as an actionable thing a wink?
Was that the Catherine Ian? Was that the tweet that they're referring to, that between the lines tweet, or was there another one for the incitement of violence?
There were several, right? There were several tweets, so I think that was what they were referring to when he.
Well, also gathering. Didn't he say that people should gather, voice their? He did do this.
He did tweet it out in a way that was kind of like you could read it both ways. So if you were, being very generous to him, or maybe not even generous, but if you just read it at face value, you would see that okay, he's trying to, placate the mob because he realizes okay, it's a mob. You can't yell at them; they'll yell back at you, and then what happens then, right? So. I felt personally that he was talking to them in a sort of calming, soothing voice and saying, "Go home." Okay, guys, we get the point.
He also did say no violence explicitly.
He did say no violence, exactly, yeah. But a lot of people, like people at work at Twitter, they felt like it was just him winking at them, like he wanted them to be doing what they were doing. So that's how they interpreted it, and that was the context they took it from, right?
That's the thing; it becomes interpretation, and then how do you behave and create policy on interpretation, and how do you make decisions based on somebody's feeling that there is a wink? Like, I'm not super generous myself to Trump because I'm not somebody who's like a huge Trump lover at all, but I'm trying to be really objective with this. And when I was reading his tweets, like, never did I feel there was like a wink, but somebody else felt that.
I'll go to Sebastian. Do you mind if I take that question for you? Like, what are your thoughts about those tweets? And how were they interpreted by the people close to Trump?
I'm going to say something that's going to be unpopular with some people. I think we're missing the forest for the trees again. I know we're being led by the very, very granular detail of these drops, but you're missing the point. I don't really care how these, kids that were bullied in high school get their rocks off by deciding how they can delete the president of the United States that reminds them of the bully that gave them a wedgie when they were 14. That's not the point. The point is the daily meetings with the FBI, the DHS, and the Department, the Director of National Intelligence. The point is the FBI giving directives to Facebook and Twitter on quote-unquote disinformation and misinformation. That the point is a 32-year government veteran just sliding into the position of Deputy Chief Counsel for Twitter, who, as of last Thursday, was censoring and scrubbing the information the new CEO wanted to share with all of us. These are the stories, not how we inside the administration reacted to individual tweets being censored, or how this person who says there are Nazis in the White House and tweeted out, "I hate children," his puerile, churlish machinations behind the scenes. The issue here is we have a sucking chest wound to liberty in America. We've taken a rifle round to the chest cavity when it comes to our freedom, when it comes to our capacity to actually choose those who temporarily have a mandate above us. In the age of Twitter, and TikTok and Facebook and everything else. Politics is done online as much as it is done anywhere else. In fact, Facebook.
It's real life. Twitter is real life now.
Yeah, Facebook has more impact than any newspaper or any television show. So, guys, let's get focused on what the issue here is. The issue is, will we have free elections again in America? Because Elon's just one guy. He's just one guy, and it's just Twitter. But this isn't about Twitter. This is about Facebook. This is about TikTok. This is about, this is about whether or not we're going to have elections based on truth anymore, or whether they can micro-target you with propaganda down to your profile on social media, and whether the FBI is directing that. That's the issue we should be talking about. What are we going to do about that? And what are you going to do about that, listening to this Twitter space? And I know it's fun to get an inside peek and they're opening the kimono at Twitter, but that's not the problem. The problem is, do we have the capacity to have representative government in a time where one political identity controls overtly and covertly the majority of information dissemination in our nation, if not the world?
Wow, why are we not that was well said at the end there. I was just going to say, I think our freedoms are ultimately on the line here.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Well articulated for sure, Seb. And Ian, there's another drop. Yeah.
Yep, we do. Raf's colleagues query about incitement to violence heavily foreshadows what will happen the following day. On January 8th, Twitter announces a permanent ban on Trump due to the risk of further incitement to violence. And I'm not going to read that whole thing. That was literally the message that they put out, the public one, and it's right up there if you want to see it. Has he said anything else yet? Nope.
No,
that's what, 4 minutes ago.
Seb, kind of dovetailing off what you said there, and I think everything you said there just really summed things up pretty succinctly. Since yesterday's Twitter drop, it did reveal screenshots that showed that Yoel Roth was purposely trying to obfuscate the fact that he had been in direct communications with the FBI about taking suggestions essentially on the continued
about Donald Trump.
Yeah, on the continuation.
Trump. Yeah, he hinted at it. Yeah, he hinted at how he was talking to the DHS, the DNI, and the FBI about Donald Trump, but then he was obfuscating. It was like, oh, cough, cough, Donald Trump, right? Like that was what you were saying. Yeah, I want to see his emails. Like, to me, these drops are cool, but his emails, man, if he used company emails, he needs to release those.
Don't you think, Ian, that is an omission to guilt, the way he was going out his way to obfuscate that through different lingo and different kind of wordplay there? And,
absolutely. That's what Matt was getting at. What Matt Taibbi was getting at, how he would purposely, or the whole team would basically be obfuscating what they were doing, which is censorship, by using terms like VF, SISPIP, and all these other terms in order to, ameliorate themselves off the situation, because they didn't want to say Twitter executives. They would go SISPIP. But who are these people? Well, this is Vijay Gadde, Dell, Yoel Roth, and Jack was in absentia. Yeah.
Is this enough grounds for legal action?
No, I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, Fidgetal is there. I think we've asked that question for Fidgetal crypto lawyers on stage.
People that a few times.
Yeah, and I remember the answer is generally no, unless there's election interference, maybe, just because it's a private company that can do whatever they like.
But Seb raised a good point earlier. He said that this is something that has to be done from the ground up, right? It can't be done by the DOJ. The DOJ is in the pocket of the Biden administration, so don't expect them to do anything about it. This has to be initiated from a local level. We're talking, sheriffs, state attorneys generals, we need these guys to step up, and they are. Thankfully, you have Eric Schmidt of Missouri. He's stepping up. He's got a bunch of emails from the FBI and Twitter and all these other platforms. And his case, I think, is pretty solid. We are seeing other state attorney generals joining in. So that may have a lot of legs, right? But it's not going to come from the DOJ. It's certainly not going to. Yep. So
what about any sworn testimony?
Before I go to Tom, if you don't mind, Catherine, I want to ask a question quickly to Seb. Do you think anything will come out of this, Seb? I know you were saying earlier, like, we need to act on this. Do you think anything will come out of it, or it's just going to fizzle off? You're muted, by the way, Seb. Your mic is muted, Seb. Maybe I'll take it to Tom just while waiting for Seb to unmute.
You mean out of Twitter files?
Yeah, out of Twitter files. Do you think much action?
It depends. Look, nothing will happen from the DOJ. The question is, will there be a local attorney general? Will there be a local prosecutor at a state level who says the FBI has trammeled on the rights of my citizens that live in this state, and this we can have a very interesting class action suit. And let's be clear, I only poo-pooed the initial drops because they were exclusively about the DNC, and I want to see collusion between the executive and Twitter. But that is a crime as well. If the DNC can get Twitter to do things for them for free, that's an in-kind contribution. And if Twitter didn't declare that's a crime. If Twitter, that's millions of dollars worth of, the equivalent of campaign ads, control of information on behalf of DNC that Twitter didn't invoice the DNC for. That's a crime as well.
100%.
Harmeet Dillon could maybe take issue with when she's elected ultimately as the leader.
I mean, she has to become head of the RNC.
Because we know Ronna McDaniel's not going to do it. I mean, she hasn't done anything, right?
No.
She's useless.
No.
Yeah, it's a puppet. So we need someone like Harmeet Dillon to take over the RNC, and then they can take legal action against both the DNC and Facebook and Twitter and anyone else.
We need a conservative Mark Elias who's not a criminal. Mark Elias is the center of all of this for the left. He's the guy who moved the $500 million from Mark Zuckerberg for the drop boxes, undermined individual state legislations to have mail-out ballots where you didn't have signatures verified. I mean, he's the architect of what happened to our elections. And then you add Twitter, you add the FBI. We need a good guy, Mark Elias, who's got balls on our side. We need a Newt Gingrich who's 20 years younger. We got to find that person.
Yep.
And Tom, I saw you unmute as well, Tom.
Yeah, let's not make these presumptions. I would caution as the head of Judicial Watch that, you kind of see all these legal assertions being put out there. Well, Twitter is a private company, and the law is pretty darn complicated. It's complicated for lawyers, and it's certainly even more complicated for those of us who are laymen. And let's not presume that what Twitter did as a private company is not violative of the First Amendment or your civil rights generally. There are state laws that we're talking about in Texas that may have been violated here. There are several jurisdictions that have prohibitions about prohibiting access to banking services or internet services, it's interpreted, based on politics. And of course, if you have any notion that the government's involved here, obviously they can be sued. In California, I mentioned a few days ago, Judicial Watch sued the California Secretary of State's office because they caused YouTube to take down one of my videos talking about Judicial Watch's work on election integrity. And so that's a civil rights lawsuit brought by a private party here. And, if Congress wants, and this is where you need the leadership that Seb was referencing, something to be done, it will be done. There's nothing that happens without the permit. One of the dirty little secrets in Washington, no matter who's running Congress or whatever, nothing happens without the permission or acquiescence of both parties at the executive branch level. So there's nothing that Biden is doing that Congress can't stop, and that even the minority party in Congress can't stop if they had the will to do so. And in this case, the Republican House can do what they can do through funding and other mechanisms to leverage and demand and ensure a serious criminal investigation into what we're seeing disclosed here. There's more than enough. We have this Justice Department now has decided that pursuing opportunities under state, federal, and constitutional law to challenge an election is subject to criminal prosecution and grand juries. They're sending subpoenas out to state officials. Never anything like this has never been done. Complete political attack using the Justice Department. And, we have all of these pretend lawyers on Twitter agonizing over whether there are crimes here. Come on. This is a confession that Elon Musk has put out there. And the only question is our Justice Department and FBI so far gone, and our leadership that is supposed to be overseeing them so far gone, that they're just going to ignore these crimes in plain sight?
Wow. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, but didn't Jack Dorsey testify under oath to Congress that shadow banning wasn't happening, and
Yes,
particularly for political reasons?
Yes,
I mean, that's a pretty clear.
With his lawyer right
The
behind him.
argument is that
They all
he did
knew
that
it
in
was wrong.
2018.
Tom, can you answer? Can you give me your take on the answer I gave to whether the GOP will do anything after the midterms? Do you concur with my analysis?
Not under the current leadership, I agree. The current,
Okay.
Mr. McCarthy, he may do some good things, and he may have to because of his political situation, assuming he's speaker, and that's a big assumption. But in politics, when you hear those ads for investment opportunities, they speak quickly at the end. Past experience is no indication of future results. Actually, it's the exact opposite in politics. Past experience is an indication of future results. And the past experience with the new leadership, well, not the old leadership in the Senate, and the new leader and the incoming leadership in the House, presumably McCarthy, we know nothing is going to be done. All investigations are, they see as boot bait for the bubbas. And if anything's going to be done, it's because someone like Jordan and individual members do it on their own despite leadership.
There's another drop, by the way, Ian.
Okay, I shall read it.
A couple of minutes ago.
Yep, got it. Yeah, I'm sorry. This page is lagging for me. Come on. Okay, here we go. The only serious concern we found expressed in Twitter over the implications for free speech and democracy of banning Donald Trump came from a junior person in the organization.
There's one before you continue that one, Michael. I think there's one before it as well.
On January 8th. On January 8th, Twitter says its ban is based on specifically how Trump's tweets are being received and interpreted. So, like Kat said earlier, it's like how do you create a rule based on context, on subjectivity? Well, they decided that anyway, right? That's what they did. And it says here, in 2019, Twitter said it did not attempt to determine all potential interpretations of the content or its intent. So they basically violated their own rule, because in 2019, they stated quite publicly, and this is on a blog post on twitter.com, that they did not make any sort of interpretations as to what people are saying. So if some way, those words are not violence, right? They can't make that interpretation. However, after J6, they decided that they were going to start interpreting people's tweets. That's the reason why nowadays, if you were to tweet something at somebody else and they interpret it wrongly, and if they make a correct case to Twitter, they can get you suspended. At least before Elon Musk took over. There's no number here, but the latest one is the only serious concern that we found expressed within Twitter over the implications of free speech and democracy by banning Trump came from a junior person within the organization. So it's just a rookie. He was the one who decided, hey, this is wrong. What we're doing is wrong. And it says here that it was tucked away in a lower level Slack channel known as Site Integrity Auto. And this is what the person wrote. And this person is I guess he's a good person. He said, this might be an unpopular opinion, but I have those one-off ad hoc decisions like this and that, don't appear to be rooted in policy, are, in my opinion, a slippery slope and reflect an alternatively equally dictatorial problem. This now appears to be a flat, what do you call it?
A fiat
online platform CEO with global presence and that can gatekeep speech for the entire world, which seems unsustainable. Man, I hope that whoever wrote that thing is still employed at Twitter, because they are spot on. They're spot on.
And I think they've highlighted the problem. I think the most important problem, I said this yesterday, a bipartisan problem, and I think, Seb, you've touched on it as well, is that no matter what side of politics the executive support, having the ability to influence the opinion of an entire population is not a good thing either way, and that's what leads to dictatorship. The next dictator will be a digital, virtual, social media dictator. if I had to guess. Harrison, do you have a question for Seb or Tom?
Yeah, first, I just want to go ahead and say, Tom, I don't know if this is a technology issue on my end, but none of your sound is coming through. I don't know how many listeners.
I can fix it for you, Harrison. I'll just do it now. I'm gonna bring you down. I'll give the mic to someone else. I'll bring you down and back up. In the meantime, I'll give Alex, then Piotr. Alex, I'll give you a question while I fix the mic for Harrison.
Hey, thank you. I was just gonna ask, do you think that Jack Dorsey purposely might have went on vacation during this time to kind of skirt responsibility from having to deal with the potential decision to ban Trump? And then also a housekeeping thing for Ian. If you are on a TweetDeck, by the way, it will auto refresh for you, so you don't have to refresh.
Not on TweetDeck. No, I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately. I think, oh yeah, that's you speaking. I was going to be like, Alex has been, had his hand up for the whole time.
That's all right. Yeah, so just thoughts on if Jack Dorsey might have purposely planned to be on vacation so he wouldn't have to deal with the responsibility of having to make this decision.
Seb, do you want to take this one?
I don't get the point of these questions. I heard a lot of these in the last space about, do we think Elon's doing this way or that way? It's like, who the hell knows? I mean,
we're not mind readers.
Was his mom sick? Was he having a breakdown? I don't know. These are, we got to keep these spaces focused. I have no stinking idea.
You're not a psychic?
What?
You're not a psychic, huh?
I'm not a psychic. It's weird, but I don't have a Ouija board and I'm not a psychic. I have no idea why he left.
You know what? It seems to me what this highlights is the arbitrary and capricious nature of what went on. I mean, Twitter was lying to Congress, to shareholders, to users, to regulators when they said they had a regular system that was, rules-based, not politically biased, and this shows the complete opposite. So there are significant liabilities, criminally and civilly, being highlighted through these tweets. This Twitter files dumps, and there's no getting around it. So Jack not being there, Seb is right in some respects, but this illuminates that they were just making it up as they went along, which is what they said, which is contrary to what they were telling users and shareholders. And I say shareholders quite specifically because the SEC investigates companies for a lot less in terms of misconduct by. Compare and contrast the way big tech has gotten away with their lies about censorship with the targeting of oil companies for supporting supposedly anti-climate change organizations and their work there. Just compare and contrast that. What Twitter and these other big companies have done is fraud that is unfathomable as part of their great suppression.
So I like to focus on concrete things we have evidence for. Let me tease out what Tom is saying here. The one thing, and I think we still need that paper trail. We need that smoking gun of the deputy assistant director of the FBI told them to nuke this account. But what's the one thing that is so indicated by all of these Slack and internal emails is exactly this word that Tom used, capriciousness. Everything reeks of capricious amateurism. This isn't, smart guys who are Machiavellian, who understand strategy, who built something like Elon or anybody else have. These are children playing out their churlish little power games. Now, why is this important? This isn't just a criticism for the sake of criticism. The sophomoric nature of these internal communications means that they weren't dotting I's and crossing T's, which means they were sloppy. They didn't cover their asses, which means there will be serious judicial legal ramifications for them if somebody is prepared to take them to court. So here's the good news for all the granular stuff we're being demonstrated. These guys were pikers. They were playing power games at an amateurish level, which leaves them highly, highly vulnerable. I think that's one of the key threads for all of the drops we've had so far.
And talking about drops, there's another one as well, Ian.
I shall read it. Okay. Twitter employees use the term one-off frequently in their Slack discussions. Its frequent use reveals significant employee discretion over when and whether to apply warning labels on tweets and strikes on users. Here are a few typical examples. He posted 2 examples. One, could have bounced with a strike. So bounced, in case you were not paying attention to yesterday's drop, bounced means basically banned, right? Locked for 12 hours. Locked for 12 hours is a bounce. 7 days is also a bounce. Bounce or to strike. I don't see any scenario where we would decide not to bounce here. I just want to check if there is any concerns. Otherwise, bounce under RTP and close this one before I go. FYI, account for review. The user account is USA Accession. We are trying to understand just one-off decision here. A few blah, blah, blah. Like it cuts off there. And then another example is there's always abuse one dash off. Bounce. One off is the option. So they have been using, like Seth pointed out, they're being very capricious in their decision making. They would simply decide, okay, do we bounce this guy? Yes or no? It doesn't really matter if it was in the rules, if what that person said was in violation of the rules. They would simply decide on the fly to do so.
And look, we've touched on the bureaucracy within Twitter and what role that played in overriding systems. Seb, you mentioned something as soon as you joined the space. One of the first things you said is pyramid of bureaucracy. Can you elaborate on this?
Sorry, say that again. What did I say?
Unless I misheard it, pyramid of bureaucracy and the impact it has.
I don't think I use that phrase. I think permanent bureaucracy. So there are a lot of people who don't like the phrase deep state. They think it smacks of conspiracy theories and tinfoil hattery. Others talk about the permanent bureaucracy, and that's really what we are witnessing, and what the internal communications we're having evidence displayed for is the literal collusion. Forget Russian collusion. The collusion between the permanent bureaucracy, the unelected officials who have immense power, often carrying a badge and a gun, and those in big tech who control the information flow on platforms that shape most people's information intake. So that's the real focus of the story. The pipes that are being shared and directed between the permanent bureaucracy and those that run companies like Twitter. And Twitter is just a tiny part of it. The far more influential ones, of course, are Facebook and TikTok. But that's the real story. The permanent state and Palo Alto.
Can I just pick up on something that Dr. Gorka said quickly?
Sure, John.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Dr. Gorka, you said something interesting about the high level of incompetence that we see with leadership. And I want to harken back to even Zuckerberg, who I've never been impressed with, and particularly Bankman-Fried, and the utter incompetence. If these people are incompetent, who or what organization is leading these organizations, and why is there's the question, and I'm going to flip it to you, Dr. Gorka.
Yeah, I'm sorry to disappoint the people who think there's a bald guy with a white cat sitting in a hollowed out volcano. There is no mastermind. It's not Carl Schwab. It's not Obama, who's one of the laziest politicians we've ever seen in American history. There is no master strategist. After 14 years in DC and my time in the White House, I guarantee you, on a Bible, I will swear to you, what we have today is a rare concatenation of ignorance and arrogance. There are no great minds. It's not Susan Rice. It's nobody. It's not Jake Sullivan, that pencil-neck joke of a national security advisor. There are no great men or women in these administrations, on left or right. This isn't a Republican dig on the Democrats. The big thinkers aren't involved in politics because they want to live lives that are peaceful and aren't described by being attacked constantly for having the wrong opinions. I mean, the likes of Victor Davis Hanson or Jordan Peterson, why the hell would they get involved in politics? So there is no master cabal or master strategist. On the left, what you have is it's the Borg. It's a collective identity. It's a hive mind. You don't need a master plan if everybody hates America and thinks that white people are bad and capitalism is evil. You don't need a master plan. Everybody thinks the same way, so they're all going to trend in the same direction. When it comes to the right, they just want to play footsie under the table with the left and get their nice consulting job after they've had, multiple terms in Congress. So I'm sorry to disappoint you. There is no master villain. There's just an overarching ideology and a bunch of cowards.
Yeah, so rather than a big brother, it's a series of little brothers, and you all provide power, and they're deciding what.
It's worker bees. It's worker bees without a queen.
That's exactly what we're seeing here. It's a bunch of worker bees who. Look,
these the documentation from Twitter shows you exactly that. Where's the mastermind? Where's the person saying this is the 14-page strategy?
Somebody, and to Jack, and so he's making decisions on his own. But Gad is making decisions on her own. These little worker bees, all like, oh, please let Jack ban us all. Let him take off the reins, and we can ban everybody. Like that seems to be the case here. They all feel and think the same way, right? They all feel and think the same way. They don't need somebody instructing them on what to do. It's not like they're upset by it. And the only voice of opposition is a junior employee who he sees all this going on and doesn't sit right by him. It's like, wow, this is.
And then along comes Elon Musk and says, "Cut it out. I'm firing 75% of you." And then the deep state guy from the FBI says, "Bullshit. I'm going to censor the documents." Right?
Yep. That's right. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. It's a bunch of fucking clowns.
Yep.
Jump in, Jason. By the way, I'm seeing Harmeet Dillon. It was trying to come up on stage. So Harmeet, I've just sent you an invite. If you couldn't come
let's
up,
get her in.
I'm trying to. I just sent a DM to the invite again. If you want to DM her anyone, do so, because I tried to bring her up on stage. It didn't work. Jason, go ahead, man. And then I'll go back to Tom.
Thanks, Mario. So obviously the goal here, I think, with Elon and everybody else is to stop this problem, right? And a lot of people look at 230 and they think it's settled. And I've sort of tried to get it out, but it's a very complicated problem that I've been working on for close to 6 years now. And the point is that the only way to really take it out is to go at it from a constitutional challenge standpoint. I've already filed that. That is already in the motion. It was filed back in April. And if you go to my profile, you can see the announcement on the Capitol steps with Congressman Gomer. So we are already attacking this thing. Of course, the United States Attorney General is trying to, kick us on standing, but realistically, the harm is there. So we're already in the motion of doing this. The thing is, we need the support because, of course, the media, when we announced that, the media ignored it. Like all of them.
Did you have a question for Tom and Seb as well, Jason?
I got an invite. Yeah, Tom. Actually, I had met Tom coming out of out of Mar-a-Lago one night, and I was hoping that Tom, maybe we could align, because some of the information that you got, some of the information Elon's got, it's starting to build evidence for when we get into this thing in the courts. So that was really where I was trying to get this out there so that people knew that this was in motion. Elon's goal is already in motion.
Tom?
Well, I'm always, send along any information you want me to see, and I'll try to take a look at it. This dump tonight, in some ways it's more of the same. It shows that there was no good faith basis for the removal of Trump from the platform. And I had tweeted out Trump's comment on the dump last night. Elon, the Twitter releases are a revelation, and what they show in a very powerful fashion. The FBI and justice illegally colluding, proving conclusively in one more very powerful way that the 2020 presidential election was rigged and stolen. What everyone is really waiting to see, however, is the Twitter information and thought process leading up to the time of the so-called election and ultimately the deplatforming of the President of the United States. Big moment in history. Thank you. And And Elon responded to my tweet, which included this statement from Trump. He said, "Coming soon." And so, of course, the left is angry about that. But this is what this is showing. This is showing the thinking behind the platforming. There was no good faith basis for doing so. And but taking a step back into the discussions from last night, when you suppress a candidate for public office and you suppress their supporters and you do it in league with the government, that's as much of election rigging as anything else. So we do know that Twitter, working with the FBI, tried to rig the election. And, now some will say, well, you're not sure if he actually would have had a conclusive impact on the election. Well, if an election's been corrupted, the results are therefore subject to question. And this is pretty powerful evidence of that happening. And you don't need to prove voter fraud when you have candidates being targeted by government agencies in collusion with powerful private companies to suppress their speech. I'm not aware of that ever happening before again, at least in modern American history. The way the 2020 election was ruined by big tech and their allies on the outside in terms of the private sector and the government sector in terms of targeting for censorship questions about the processes of the elections and the censorship related to that.
I want to just highlight for the audience as well, following up on what Tom said, like from the drop so far, I've got 5 takeaways. I'm going to write a whole thread on it, but I've got 5 takeaways that I think are, Seb, you mentioned there's no real smoking gun yet, and I tend to agree. The 5 main ones are, in my opinion, what we discussed earlier, Trump's cabinet not having used the option of censorship, which was really surprising, for me at least. The fact that Trump was shadow banned and for days prior to the election, kind of not that surprising. And then the FBI directly spoke on a regular basis to executives at Twitter. I think this is a major one. And then that gentleman from the FBI, I'm not good with names, scrubbing the files before getting fired.
James Baker.
And then, back to the daily and weekly meetings with the FBI. So for me, these are the takeaways. I wrote them yesterday. Seb, Ian, anything else to add from your end? Stephen?
Yeah, I'm just going to, and then we have to get Hamid on. I've just been sent something that kind of, a tweet I missed from Taibbi that absolutely blows my mind. Yesterday, this is tweet thread number 46. Some Twitter executives wanted to use the new de-amplification tool to silently limit Trump's reach more right away, beginning with the following tweet. And it's at the top of my account. What is the tweet? It's President Trump reposting an interview with Jim Jordan from Newsmax. And they want to use the de-amplification tool to deplatform the reposting of an interview with the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee that's being broadcast on national television. So, again, the enormity of what we're seeing sometimes gets buried in all the internal documents that are being released. And just, again, I should have mentioned this. We've been on the call now for 2 hours. The fact that we have, the de-amplification or blacklisting tools as tabs on their internal menus, again, demonstrates the arrogance and the ignorance that you actually have a tool inside your business that says block or de-amplify or blacklist, tells you the level of power these people think they have the right to exercise over us. So let's keep these things in mind.
I've just for anyone that has direct contact with Harmeet, because my team's asleep, if you can DM her, I've sent her an invite. Text her, because she was trying to speak earlier. Okay. And I think the last thing you said before I go to Piotr for a question is that the power they have. Like, someone asked a question a couple of days ago. They're like, Mario, or I can't remember to who. Isn't that the same as just media outlets being biased one way or another? It's similar but not the same. Media outlets, they're expressing their own opinions. The news with their own bias. In this case, it's like going back 100 years and shutting people's mouths on the street if they're saying something you don't agree with. That's the power they have.
An example and a real world example. So, about 100 years ago, actually slightly less than that, there was a case about Bell Telephone, right? They had a monopoly on telephones, and they wanted to suppress people's political speech by cutting off their phone lines. And it was brought to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. You cannot suppress people's opinions based on political opinions or for whatever reason. And so, since then, it became part of what is now known as the common carrier law, right? So essentially, they cannot cut off your service because they don't like you for any reason, whether it's political or personal. They cannot do that, right? They have to give you service. Now, Twitter doesn't exactly come under that at all. Like, it doesn't. It's not considered a common carrier, and this is why you're seeing a lot of voices today. In fact, people like Will Chamberlain are calling for Twitter to be nationalized. This doesn't mean that Twitter needs to be, this is not, like, don't be a libertarian and have a knee-jerk reaction and think that nationalizing Twitter is the same thing as the government running it. That's not what it means, right? All it means is that the platforms, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and so on, will have to come under the purview of the First Amendment, right? That's what that means. Whether that's going to happen or not is very unlikely, but that is what a lot of people want to see happen.
Piotr, you've got a question? I know you've had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, fair while. Just stepped outside from this event because very interesting points. Sebastian, question for you regarding the implications this is going to have for Western sort of engagement and alignment, because obviously, the revelations here about just how much there is sort of private media censorship or big tech influence. The EU's a little bit more of a nanny state or sort of influencing when it comes to freedom of expression in the US, and there's concern about the overextension of big tech, sort of thing, private sector generally. So how do you think that these revelations are going to play into sort of the calculus amongst Capitol Hill and Congress and others vis-a-vis allies and partners, particularly across the
You're really like a one-trick pony. Why is this question? Are you working on an article? Why are you focusing on the ramifications for Europe? What's the ulterior?
And Seb, I've got news for you as well. So I'm just going to divert it to Harmeet is on stage. Seb.
Good. Let's go, Harmeet. We've been talking about you. You're going to fix everything for us in America.
Well, hi, everybody. This is my first time talking in a Twitter space, and I heard that you were talking about me. I have been making phone calls on my RNC committee chairman race, and so what I wanted to share with this group is that I've been suing Twitter over their censorship since before it became purely political, like what we're talking about right now. And so they've been seasoned to do this type of censorship since well before Donald Trump got on their radar as somebody that they needed to throttle. A few years ago, I sued Twitter on behalf of a lady, a Canadian feminist named Megan Murphy, whose sin was to so-called misgender a transgender activist in Vancouver who was, invading women's spaces and trying to get his genitals waxed by, immigrant women and really, being offensive. And so she used the birth gender and was immediately deplatformed, even though at the time Twitter's terms of service said that misgendering was not on the list. And so they've been ignoring their contractual obligations blithely for years, and then it got into suing them in 2020 over Rogan O'Hanley's being deplatformed, DC Drano. We just argued that case in the Ninth Circuit earlier this week. The reason I'm running for RNC chairman is that unless we win elections, we aren't going to have judges on the courts who listen to these claims fairly. Under existing contract and tort law, it's my opinion as a First Amendment lawyer that even without the First Amendment, there should be claims by listeners that could be honored under contract law, under tort law. When you add in the involvement of the government, like we saw in the DC Drano case, in that case, Tom Fitton's organization did a Public Records Act request and learned that Secretary of State of California had paid a Biden campaign vendor $25 million to make a list of enemies, basically. And DC Drano, Rogan O'Hanley was on that list. Now we're learning, of course, that this was a federal effort, not just limited to states. And so I do think that now we have contract law, if you have the right judge, tort law, and then the First Amendment. So there need to be a lot more claims like what we're seeing from Eric Schmidt and others. And, I'm really proud to be part of this movement and proud to help. And so, this is an exciting time. Kudos to Elon Musk for pulling the lid off, pulling the Band-Aid off what's going on here. And I look forward to a lot of exciting legal efforts. But again, if we have 2 more years right now with having lost the Senate of, really far left judges, it really makes it hard for lawyers like me, lawyers like others who are fighting these cases to get a fair hearing in court. So that's why the political side of this is so important. So thank you for hearing me.
Beyond the judges and the court, Harmeet, would you expand upon, because I was asked this at the beginning of this space, and I threw the question back to Tom Fitton as well. Do you expect any serious ramifications on Capitol Hill as a result of Elon opening the files, or are we just going to see rhinos fighting a small, number of Freedom Caucus individuals and the RNC playing footsie with the Democrats under the table?
Well, even the Freedom Caucus individuals talk a big game on camera, and then behind the scenes, Jim Jordan, who I like, has repeatedly blocked antitrust legislation from moving forward. And I've had a conversation with him about it, and the answer is, well, Harmeet, we don't really want, FTC and these other alphabet agencies controlling our private corporations or controlling speech online. And I said, well, there's a whole chasm between the alphabet companies, alphabet agencies doing that, and just letting these people run riot in the name of some, I don't know, Chamber of Commerce principles that no longer are really relevant to what we're talking about here. I mean, I'm constantly battling with my fellow Federalist Society members on the Free Speech and Election Law Committee on these types of issues. And, sort of there's this concept that, we're still playing in the 1980s and 90s here when the world has moved on from that. And now, particularly during COVID and continuing in today, most of our discourse and our information and our news comes from online interactions. And the boosting and deboosting and manipulation and throttling and suppression of congressional candidates, taking candidates and taking existing members of Congress offline selectively, to me, it is, we have to really develop the jurisprudence, but it's tantamount to a campaign finance contribution that is in excess of the limits. Yes. And I think that these things have to be developed. We have to have bold lawyers and bold leaders willing to state that the law and the agency work and our thinking has to keep up with the modern reality. We cannot be, and this is the same stuff I'm saying about the RNC. You can't be talking about winning races based on some stuff that happened or was relevant 12 years ago, the last time we had a contested leadership election there. We have to be talking about modernizing. We have to be talking about beating the Democrats at their own game, unpalatable as that is to some on election law front. And if you want to win, you have to be serious about it. And so, I think this is just one more area where playing patty cakes with the heads of these companies by asking them mean questions on camera and then going to a reception and collecting their check afterwards, our side does it too. And we have to be clear about that. And they should be weaning themselves off of that big tech money and the big tech lobbyists. I mean, we have RNC legal counsel who go on to become lobbyists for big tech companies. It is absolutely an incestuous revolving door relationship between both parties and these companies, and we have to call it what it is.
Thank you.
Tom, I see your hand up.
Yeah, Harmeet, great job, and the best of luck to you. And I want everyone to see, and if someone could post below, Morton Blackwell's endorsement of Harmeet's quest for chairmanship. I think it's well worth repeating to show how valuable an activist he's been for conservative values within the Republican Party. I think this is both a complex question and an easy question in some ways. Harmeet highlights the complexity of the monopoly fight on the Hill. The challenge we have is that every major power center in the nation has ditched the First Amendment and commitment to free speech. The radical left has taken control of free speech discussion issues and have applied a communist veil to them or veneer to them, which means that if they don't like anything that's anything they don't like is subject to being removed. And Section 230 has been misinterpreted by the courts to allow the censorship of political and similar speech. And one thing that I think Musk should commit to, and he suggested in a tweet where he responded to a tweet of mine in this regard, is that he should narrowly interpret Section 230 as it was originally written, which is, pornography, incitement to violence, things like that, that can be removed. But it doesn't allow you to take down anything you don't like. And if necessary, it seems to me the simplest thing, it may not be simple because of the anti-free speech agenda of the left in Congress, is for Congress to clarify that Section 230 was never meant to protect the ability of companies to take down speech that is not pornographic or obscene or violent. And that if it's generally illegal, they have to leave it up. And we can talk about what tools people can have on Twitter to protect themselves from speech that's offensive, but obviously is protected or ought to be protected in terms of having a right to be heard and seen. But it's not as simple. It's not as easy. Let's put it this way. It's much more simple than has been suggested by our friends here in Washington on how to fix this. The courts has misinterpreted the law. Justice Thomas, and someone who's more can probably quickly pull this up, he's explained Section 230 has been misinterpreted. And, Congress can step in immediately and just kind of fix it like that. And we don't have to get into the fight over monopolies and such. But that tells you the fact that Republicans don't even want to do that. It really confirms Harmeet's approach or concerns about how big tech has both parties in their back pockets too often on this content moderation debate.
Absolutely. And speaking of content moderation and debates, there is a new update from Michael Schellenberger that details exactly this. So he says, Twitter employees recognize the difference between their own politics and Twitter's terms of service, but they also engage in complex interpretations of content in order to stamp out prohibited tweets as a series of exchanges over the hashtag #StopTheSteal reveal. So it's just a bunch of chatter where Yoel Roth and a bunch of employees are going over the Stop the Steal thing and how he flagged it to the election squad. He flagged the hashtag to the election squad to determine if it was a violation of terms of service. Because he even, somebody else points out to him that what I find appalling and what is the TOS, the DIO, are not an exact overlap. And then Yoel Roth replies, heh, like he's not having it, man, but like, yeah.
I've got a quick question, Mark. I appreciate you being on the panel as well. Not sure if you've been keeping up with all the drops over the last few days, but is there anything that stands out for you? Like for me, I mentioned earlier, the fact that the Trump cabinet didn't use the censorship option, the FBI speaking to Twitter executives on a daily or weekly basis. Anything specific that either surprised you or you think is most concerning from the drops so far?
I agree with the comment that the one-off thing is particularly notable. It's, they had by that time abandoned the pretense that there's some policy or some guardrails that they're, even if they're making it up on the fly. No, it wasn't even that at all. At that point, it was purely partisan hackery. And so, like when you look at the Judicial Watch material and Rogan O'Hanley, the pretense was we are trying to protect against election misinformation. And that is, and it's unsafe to put out false information about an election. So that was like some fake rule that they made up. I think they've actually abandoned the pretense of rules at all. And it's simply the law of the jungle and situational ethics or lack of ethics. And so I think that, the other thing I would say is it seems clear to me that Twitter executives have lied to Congress. And I've had a couple of questions from the media about that today. And, maybe it's very nice parsing and splitting hairs. What's the meaning of a conservative? What's the meaning of shadow ban? What's the meaning of you name it? But there's virtually no consequences for that. I mean, there are a couple of federal criminal statutes that apply to perjury and false statements under oath and so forth. But, does anybody in Congress have the will? And even if they did, Democrats control the U.S. Attorney's Office. If there were a criminal referral, nothing is likely to happen. So, but I think it should be called out for what it is, and we start by naming it. So, I'll be watching with open eyes to see, the drops as they come. I mean, there's some people on the right who are saying, "Oh, big whoop! We always knew they were doing this, and guess what? It's illegal. They can do whatever they want." But to Tom's point, Communications Decency Act Section 230's interpretation as, there's a particular clause that says, defamation, pornography, et cetera, and then quote unquote otherwise objectionable. That otherwise objectionable catch-all is really the problem and the sort of exception that swallows the rule. And if Congress were to go in and surgically fix that and say otherwise objectionable, either eliminate it or define it very closely, that would really, I think, solve 90% of the problem. The other thing that I would like to see here is a private cause of action for users on social media. And I proposed this to some senators and some members of Congress before and say, what's really needed is, just like we have these statutes on employment law and some other laws that allow fee shifting and private right of action, which Chamber of Commerce and conservatives typically hate. You really need that kind of big tobacco / plaintiff's tort law combined with, some kind of private right of action to really change this dynamic. Because if that were the case, and these companies could be held liable just like they're held liable for products liability or other things, I think we would quickly see disciplined behavior return to this space. I know that's not entirely responsive to your question, but that's something that's on my mind, is that Congress could have fixed this 4 years ago. I've been talking about it for years. They could have fixed it 6 years ago when we had control of the House. But you're never going to get that until these politicians on our side wean themselves off of their addiction to either being popular on social media or the dollars that flow from that direction.
But how can we fix it? How can we fix human bias within corporations the size of Twitter? It seems like Twitter had systems in place, and the systems haven't changed. Instead, we saw executives override the systems based on their biases. I just cannot see much we could do.
Economics, just like I said. If for example, Twitter were selling a product that blew up or gave you cancer, or Twitter were, firing people because of their race or their gender, they would be held legally liable for that, and they would have to pay the plaintiff's attorney's fees. If there were a social media users bill of rights, bipartisan, because, there are problems on both sides, mainly on our side, they would stop. That would impact the bottom line. There is no impact to the bottom line, and not only is it free, but they sort of virtue signal over their safety and making spaces safe. And so I do think that there are things that could do, but you have to get outside the box thinking, and we don't have outside the box politicians. We need them.
Right. The big problem right now when people get shadow banned or just outright banned for stupid reasons is that they're impacting a person's ability to earn money, right? Because people do earn money on social media. You can't advertise if you're shadow banned. You can't promote your business if you're shadow banned, or if your business is as an influencer, you make your living as an influencer. Say you're a YouTuber or something, and you get banned from the platform. Right now, there's no recourse, and this is well beyond Twitter itself. It also expands to Facebook and YouTube. I mean, Will Chamberlain's pointed this out a few times. It's like, if you were running a local business, say a restaurant, and the city didn't like your politics and they shut down your store, you could literally sue the city for damages because they shut you down unfairly and they impacted your ability to earn money, right? But you can't do that on Twitter, despite the fact that you have ownership of your platform, right? Like, your Twitter feed is yours.
You don't own your users, right? So the way that all these systems are set up, you can't take them with you. The way the whole structure is set up is that at any moment they can decide, that's it, you're out for any reason, right? It doesn't even have to be political. And that's it, you're done. So you never own them.
But my question, though, Hamid, back to the original question is like, but how would employees determine what to censor? Because that's a really it's a really difficult thing to do. Again, back to human bias. When is something considered hate speech or incitement of violence, and who determines that?
So, if hate speech is actually protected under the First Amendment. So, if the principle was, and if that's the metric you want to adopt, I'm not saying that Twitter needs to adopt that metric, but some have said perhaps the enforcement criteria needs to be what's allowed under the First Amendment. So they're two different things. Incitement to violence, like for example, I get death threats. If I get a death threat in the mail, somebody saying something horrible, you should die, and expletive, and I show it to the police, and I've done this. This is a real life example. I show it to the police in San Francisco, and their answer is, this is not a real threat, Army. This is some rando sending you a nasty letter over the internet. It's not a real threat. We don't consider that a real threat. So, every mean thing that's said on the internet is not an incitement to violence. That's not a real threat under the legal standard. I think the cops are probably correct about that under legal jurisprudence. So I'm not saying that needs to be the standard, but even if you just look at contract law principles, if Twitter were to say, these are our terms of service, and like Twitter currently says, or the last time I looked, we have to give you 30 days notice of a change in the terms of service. So that's the theory we sued on in Megan Murphy's case is, hey, you have terms of service that gave no warning to this user who has a contractual arrangement with you, that saying that Jessica, air quotes, Yaniv, is a he, there he goes again, that's what she said, is a violation of your terms of service. You never gave 30 days notice. You never gave any notice. And you changed your rules retroactively, which would never be permitted in any other contractual arrangement. If they just honored that, and if you were able to sue a social media company for violating their contract with you, and Section 230 weren't allowed to be used by the courts as a shield, which is what happened in our case, or let's say it's tort law. Twitter defamed you by putting a label on your tweet saying this is misinformation, this is false, this is a conspiracy theory, when actually you stated something true, and you were able to file a lawsuit over Twitter committing a tort against you, and the court did not allow Twitter to hide behind Section 230 protection, because that's really not the purpose of Section 230, which was a 1996 law originally designed to just actually give these social media companies some protection to do filtering within the main characteristics of Section 230, not this catch-all provision, which is what they've been doing. So I don't think it is an insuperable problem. I think it does require creativity, and it requires Republicans to say no to corporations that give them money, and to agree that sometimes corporations are bad. I'm afraid that our party has become beholden to the idea that corporations do no.
Me?
I think she's got.
Yeah, she dropped off there.
Yeah. So Ian, before I go to Seb,
so I was just going to say, sorry about that.
Oh, you're back.
Let me just finish by saying.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I was just complete the thought. We were the party of corporations, and we are no longer the party of corporations. So the Republican politicians need to really get with it. It is a populist party. It is a populist message. And by the way, there are plenty of Democrats and plenty of liberals who also agree that corporations should not be allowed to run amok and do whatever they want. I actually think this is something that we could get common cause on from other sides. And actually, thank you for hearing me.
I appreciate you for sharing this with us, Harmeet. And I know, Sebastian, you were meant to stay with us 1 hour. You ended up staying 2.5 hours. Before we go to Sebastian, Ian, there's another drop if you want to read it for everyone. And then we'll go to Sebastian. For anyone that has final questions for Sebastian, please put your hands up. We'll give you the mic before we hear his final words. Go ahead, Ian.
Okay, so this is a continuation of the previous tweet, which was about the exchanges of the hashtag #StopTheSteal. So Michael writes, Roth immediately DMs a colleague to ask that they add "Stop the Steal" and QAnon conspiracy term Kraken to a blacklist of terms to be de-amplified. Roth's colleague objects that blacklisting "Stop the Steal" risks de-amplifying counterspeech that validates the election. Interesting. So Roth, in a message to his colleague, says, no, there's a lot going on. Any objections to adding "Stop the Steal" and Kraken to the CHAQ term lists? That if they aren't there already, the daylight separating Q and the "Stop the Steal" stuff is now effectively zero. Kraken for sure is not already there. I'm too worried about the risk. This is the other guy replying, saying, Kraken for sure is not already there. I'm too worried about the risk of de-amplifying counterspeech with "Stop the Steal." And then Yoel Roth replies, "Ack." Like he's
which means acknowledge, yeah?
Acknowledge, yeah, exactly right. Acknowledge.
Wow, man. I mean, just listening to you read that out, Ian, it's just makes my blood boil, because here they're essentially making the assertion, and disingenuously, in my opinion, that any questions about election integrity is synonymous with QAnon, etc. This is just a really easy way to write off any concerns and demonize any concerns citizens and Twitter users may have about election integrity. It's just nonsense.
Seb, I know you got to jump off, so we'll give the mic to Tom and Harrison for any final questions or comments to Seb before we get your final thoughts, Seb. Tom, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll defer to Seb. I don't have any other questions to Seb other than, keep up the fight.
Likewise, buddy.
Harrison, anything for Mr. Gorka?
Yeah, so going back into what I brought up on my very...
Dr. Gorka, my bad. Go ahead, Harrison.
Going back to what I first brought up on my first question, with former intelligence employees working at Twitter, what role has former intelligence employees had in big corporations that you have seen? And is there any reason why Elon should keep them employed, and are they a threat?
Wow, that's a great question. Look, I'm not going to tell Elon Musk how to do his business, but why would you want anybody from the intelligence community in your business if it's to do with social media? The only reason I would have anybody from the intelligence community is if they are true subject matter experts on a specific threat. So if you are 23 years in on counterterrorism, if you are, 15 years in on child pornography, sure. But none of these individuals are of that ilk. These are politicos, these are lawyers, these are, managerial staff who are not SMEs. So he knows what he needs to run the business. The fact that he's fired, 3,000 people and Twitter's still functioning means he knows how to run a business. But anybody who's there simply because they had, a C-suite office on the 7th floor of the Hoover building, they're not there to make the business better. They're there to make that business an offshoot of the U.S. government. That is my contention, and I would guess, ideally hope, but I would guess that Elon knows that as well.
But wouldn't it give a company influence to have people like, we were talking earlier about...
Course. But what kind of influence are we talking about? Are we talking about providing services or having a cozy relationship with the government so that you get the next, data farm contract with a non-compete, right? I mean, there's influence and there's influence.
Fair point. Ian, any final questions for Seb before I give him the mic with my final question?
No, go ahead. I'm just listening.
Seb, it was a great discussion. Any final words? We try to keep every panel balanced since we started the show and trying to reach everybody in a bipartisan way. What message do you have for everyone moving forward after these revelations?
Well, first things first, follow my new Substack. It's my name, one word, sebastiangorka.substack.com. Then Seb Gorka is the website if you're interested in the daily show. So that's sebgorka.com for the show. Newsmax every Sunday night, 7 p.m. is the TV show. And then the Substack is sebastiangorka.substack.com. I'll be completely bipartisan with my closing thoughts. If you love this nation, you need to be engaged. The idea that I get conservatives who say, I did my part, I voted in the midterms, really pisses me off. It's not about every 2 years you spare the Republic 15 minutes of your time to put a little, cross on a ballot box, on a ballot. If you care for your liberties, if you are concerned for the liberties of your children or your grandchildren, you need to be politically engaged. You need to be politically active, whether it's at the local school board meeting or whether it's being politically active on social media. If you're just sitting at home, bitching and moaning or getting on the odd Twitter space, I'm sorry, your liberties will be lost without you actually realizing they have been lost. So I make a completely bipartisan request. Everybody on this call, if you care, Get engaged every morning. Ask yourself what you can do for the sake of the Republic and our freedoms. And every night when you go to bed and say your prayers, ask yourself, did I do what needed to be done today? That's my request.
Sebastian, I appreciate it. Just before I let you go, I want to say to everyone as well, tomorrow's drop, the link is on my profile as well. I'll pin it above. So make sure, as always, you set your reminders there. And this drop should be ending pretty soon, I think. So I'm not expecting to take too much longer. So we'll see how it ends. But Sebastian,
sorry, you go first. I was going to interrupt you, but never mind. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Sebastian, a pleasure to have you. Very well articulated. And I think your message is, I just want to agree, this is a bipartisan issue. I don't think it's even related to politics. This is an issue of concentration of power, free speech, and even more concentration of power. I think right now we're concerned about free speech, but when as more of us live in that virtual world and spend more and more time on social media, what power are we giving them? And from in the crypto space, we a lot of people are concerned about Apple's concentration of power. So I just want to agree with this, Sebastian, and really appreciate you coming on stage again. You're always welcome.
God bless. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Sebastian.
Yeah, I mean, this goes into Elon's purchase of Twitter, right? I mean, the question that I asked him in the first time he did the space was, what made you buy Twitter? And it wasn't Babylon B, right? It wasn't a Babylon B. That's ridiculous. That's what the media like to promote. They like to paint him as some impulsive, crazy person who just does eccentric things. No, he said that, he sees a future in which, social media plays this massive role and free speech is a big part of that. And if all of that, free speech is being controlled, right? Speech in general is being controlled by a singular ideology, one that is backed by the San Francisco Palo Alto type people, who go to gender studies classes and think that the entire world needs to revolve around their worldview, and they want to shape the world to be there, to align with their way of thinking, and that anything else is a threat. Then that's a problem. That's a huge problem, because the vast majority of people on the planet do not align with their views, right? They do not align with these with the woke mind virus. So that was why he bought it, and this is what we're seeing right now. So as to add to what you were just saying about how it's more than just politics. Absolutely, politics is obviously a part of it. It's a big part of it. It's a big way that we can stop this from happening on a larger scale. Like Facebook is still controlled by them. YouTube is still controlled by them. So in order to stop all of that, it's necessary. Otherwise, in the future, we will not have any kind of free speech. And Twitter, in my estimation, was the first step. It was like the first volley, and Elon fired it, right? He said, you know what, we have to fight back, and this is how. And he put $44 billion on the line to make that happen.
Question for you, Ian, before I go to Tom. One quick question. Sorry, Tom. Just, was Twitter always considered to be more strict with moderation relative to other platforms, or does Meta eat that cake?
I would say Meta eats that cake. Meta still employs a variety of very granular moderation methods, right? You can't even post a meme about Hunter Biden without getting flagged and suspended. A meme, yes. A meme, literally a meme. Yeah, like I posted a Hunter Biden meme, and they claimed it was in violation of the hacked materials policy. So they're still going.
I have a question for you, because I've seen this issue, and sorry, Tom, I'll keep it very short because I'd love to give you the mic literally a minute. One last thing, Ian, how much of this is intentional and how much of it is just crappy, not code, but what's the word? Crappy moderation systems, whatever you want to call it, processes, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, it's definitely they have an entire system in place where they consult with activist groups and so-called fact checkers. Now, if you look up who these fact checkers are, they're nobody credentialed, right? This is not some very high-profile intelligence agency. Like, it's not a three-letter agency that's deciding this. It's not a college that has a group of professionals who understand what misinformation or disinformation are. No, it's literally college students. College students are deciding on a whim that what you're posting is fake news, and they will take you down for it. I mean, I'm speaking from a personal standpoint here. One of the companies I works for, had one of its news articles taken down because a college student in Australia decided that what we posted was fake news. And I'm talking about Rebel News, of course, right? So we're fighting them against, for this, over this issue. But it's insane how much power these rank and file people, like these, like what Seb Gorka referred to them as, these worker bees. They're all aligned ideologically, and they're the ones deciding who to censor, how to censor, what to censor, and they're doing so without any safeguards. And the problem with Facebook is that it's more decentralized in a way compared to Twitter, but the tools that it offers these censors is extremely vast. With Twitter, it's just probably like a couple of groups of people that can decide what to censor, and that's very dangerous too, because that it shows that an ideological hold of that single group is enough for them to decide anything unilaterally. That's a problem. But with Facebook, it's much more decentralized. They have a much larger system, but a much wider array of tools that are at the disposal of these censors. So literally, some guy working in Bhutan or in Bangladesh can decide to censor your article on a whim. For instance, you tried posting anything about global warming or climate change on Facebook, and some guy in some tiny office in India, where there's chickens outside, he's going to censor you because he doesn't like what you're saying. And that literally has happened.
It's the same thing with fact-checking tools, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Tom,
Can I get one final word in before I have
sorry.
off?
Yeah, just right after Tom Harrison. Go ahead, Tom.
I mean, it's right about the fact-checking system. It's corrupt. It's a tool of the left to suppress conservative speech and alternative media. It's used even by the FBI to try to censor Americans, as we saw last night in the drop. On Facebook, I know if I mention the word COVID, there's a label that's put on vandalized. The post is vandalized. Judicial Watch's post is vandalized, and it's harder to share. Same goes for YouTube. They're now posting Wikipedia links on YouTube over on topics such as the elections and such, vandalizing posts, suggesting there's something wrong with the post through the vandalization. On YouTube, if I say that voter fraud had a material impact on any election, let alone the 2020 election, they will take the video down, which is a partisan and pro-Biden move. So it's terribly corrupt. But I do want to draw attention to this prior tweet, which is way too slow, the process. Judicial Watch could have done it a lot more quickly, I guarantee you that. This focus on Q-related terms being blacklisted, that is an indication to me that of outside agents, federal agencies coming in and telling them that Q is an issue. They've this movement, and I don't know what. It seems a little bit crazy to me, some of what was coming out of it, but
yep.
none of which, you have a right to be wrong. And but because they were wrong on topics that they were concerned about, the left and the establishment, they termed those who were wrong in their view as potential terrorists. It's a very dangerous line of thinking there. And I want to call your attention also to the probably even more of an interesting feed, which was the feed generated by Kristen Ruby, who is her handle is @SparklingRuby, and she had a reported conversation with a former Twitter employee. First of all, they explained what guano is. You may have noticed that guano was one of the options on their, on their feed, in their system for managing accounts. Yeah, guano is where they put all the stuff they did to your account and make notes on your account. So that guano is BS in many ways. Secondly, she highlights that there was a series. I interpreted her thread. It's very long. Elon Musk called attention to it as well. The thread that Twitter was working with deep state agencies and anti-free speech leftists in the private sector to come up with a list of wrong think words that users were being censored over. So there's a kind of to me, there's this. We're really at the surface here in terms of the effort, and it would be difficult to overstate the billions of dollars that are that are behind this effort. What I call the great suppression of speech in the academy, in the journalist community, and in our government. And those of us who oppose this and support free speech You're talking Harmeet Dillon. You're talking Judicial Watch, major media, social media figures such as Dan Bongino, many of us here, and that's about it. I overstate that a little bit, but and now Elon Musk, which is why they are so furious at him and are, I think, setting him up for potential prosecution no matter what he does.
Mark, any thoughts? I know you've been waiting for a while. I appreciate it. Appreciate you on stage. Any thoughts on what Tom just mentioned and Seb's previous words as well?
I had a question for Seb, but I'll ask it of everybody. We know that Twitter banned supposed hate figures a few years ago, or anybody that was associated with the white supremacy movement. David Duke, Jared Taylor, Nick Fuentes, the Proud Boys. It's odd to call them a white supremacist group, obviously, when their leader at the time of January 6th was a person of color. But oddly, Richard Spencer was not banned from Twitter. The leader, the creator of the alt-right, who was largely, of course, the creation of the mainstream media back in 2016 to be a boogeyman to try to then brand all Trump supporters as being part of that movement. But how is it that all of those other, leaders in that movement were banned, but the most prominent one was not, who also was found
a Democrat.
Who also was fun. I guess let me finish. Is it to have one boogeyman there to point and say, look at all these white supremacists, they're everywhere, or is he being used as a honeypot by the feds to sort of be a focal point for those kinds of individuals? It's just odd how out of all those prominent figures in that movement were all banned, violating the policies of being a hate figure. The most prominent one, who is a despicable scumbag hate figure involved in the Charlottesville event, was not banned. Still, I'm not saying that they should have been banned, but it is odd that he's the only one that wasn't.
Would it be would it be like less on who the person is? I'll give you the mic right after you. Like less on who the person. Like the person could be one of the most evil people you could imagine, but if he doesn't breach any policies, or at least slightly breach them to give them a reason to ban him, it will be hard for them to suspend him. I haven't looked at his tweets. I've never looked at Richard's account. I don't know anything that he tweets.
Yeah, it's not
but I'm not sure. Maybe he was more smart about. Maybe he was more smart. Like off Twitter, he's more extreme, but on Twitter, he's a lot more careful to avoid getting suspended. That's just a guess. What do you think, Ian?
Well, I think that's one part of it. The other part of it is that he plays a role as counter speech, right? I'm sure you've been seeing this term pop up in the past few Michael Schellenberger tweets where where Yuval Roth discusses counter speech and how he doesn't consider QAnon and the hashtag Stop the Steal to be counter speech. So counter speech, to my estimation, to my understanding, he hasn't really clarified what it is. But if I were to, try to suss it out, it's basically somebody who's counter establishment. So someone like ALX would be considered counter speech. I'd be considered counter speech, right? And Richard Spencer, for all intents and purposes, is part of that counter speech. So by banning him, they're effectively, they're opening themselves up to this whole can of worms where people will say, look, there's bias. So the fact that they were shadow banning people is a secret, right? It was a secret to them. I mean, we could figure out that they were shadow banning us, but they didn't want to admit it, and they knew what they were doing was wrong, and that it would cause a tremendous backlash in Congress and so on if people found out that they were literally suppressing conservative accounts. So if they were to if they had actively acted against all these conservative accounts, like started banning people like Richard Spencer, for example, then there would be a significant issue for the company. So they could only ban people for violating the rules. So, for instance, someone like Roger Stone, they banned him because of some joke that he had posted in direct messages. They used that as a means to ban him because I think he was in a group chat. Someone didn't like what he said. I think he might have called somebody a name, called him an insult or something, and that's why he got banned. Right? That was the justification they used to ban him. They were like, "Yes, he broke the rules. We can ban him now." And that is exactly what they've been doing to a lot of feminist activists recently, right? They call them TERFs, right? They're just feminists, and they're using them to suspend anyone who speaks out against this whole gender ideology stuff that's going on, which the left has, for some reason or another, become extremely addicted to defending, right? So they wait for you to break the rules, but otherwise they consider it counter speech. And in the case of QAnon and Stop the Steal, they did not consider that counter speech because those people are basically fringe, right? The accounts that they ban, not exactly mainstream, and no conservative is going to stand up for them, right? Like, yeah, like now, obviously, we are standing up for them, and we're saying, you know what, they have the right to be wrong. But, at the time, I don't think any mainstream conservative would be like, hey, you shouldn't be banning this QAnon guys, because, nobody wanted to be associated with it. It was insane, right?
And there's just so quickly, talking about QAnon, there's a drop just now, or another tweet by Michael.
Yep. Okay, so, I think he says, indeed, Roth's colleague, a quick search of the top Stop the Steal tweets and their counter speech, but they quickly come up with a solution, right? So, quote, de-amplify accounts of the Stop the Steal in the name and profile, since those are not...
I think you've read this one, or am I wrong?
No, I was just referring to it.
Okay, cool. And then there's one right after it. Go ahead.
There's one right after, which you just posted, yeah. I'm actually trying to get the damn thing to load. Okay, here we go. 3 minutes ago. But it turns out that even blacklisting Kraken is less straightforward than they thought, because Kraken, in addition to being a QAnon conspiracy theory, is based on a mythical Norwegian monster, is also the name of a cryptocurrency exchange, and thus was allow listed. So Kraken, if you don't know, is literally a crypto exchange, right? I'm sure you know.
And what's the other Kraken? What's the one linked to the conspiracy theory?
That's the original Kraken, like the myth, the Norwegian myth of the Kraken.
But what does that have to do? But what does that have to do with QAnon?
Okay. So, like, I forget that you're not like familiar with the political side of things. So, QAnon, when they were going strong back in like 2020, that was when they became really, really big. One of the things that they said was "release the Kraken." That was a phrase that they would like to repeat, along with things like "the storm is coming," right? And so, "release the Kraken" was this idea that there was some like bombshell expose that would overturn the deep state or something, right? And Sydney Watson, what's her name? The lawyer, right? Not Sydney Watson, Sydney Powell. Sydney Powell would say, "Release the Kraken. We're going to release the Kraken. We're going to release this bombshell information, all the votes, and how they stole the election and so on." Now, obviously, that was not real. They never released anything. Like that was nonsense. But that phrase was repeated again and again by these QAnon proponents, right? So that's the reason why they wanted it banned. And so Yuval Roth actually, there's a little chat here in the image. He says, also, I think adding Kraken to the various bots, again, to remind everybody, to refresh people on what that is basically a script, right? So it detects a certain word, it will act on it in a certain way. So that's what a bot is in Twitter jargon. So if they say they add a bot onto the term Kraken, that means, they could basically script it to be de-amplified or suspended or something. Like, for instance, the phrase learn to code, that was botted, right? They put that on there, so anybody who tweeted learn to code was going to be banned. That was
in what world is Kraken QAnon? Kraken was a smart, fun way by Sidney Powell to talk about how powerful her arguments were related to the 2020 election. So, the idea that metaphor somehow becomes the subject of being banned just shows you how petty and juvenile and disreputable and unbusinesslike this operation was. They were making it up as they were going along. And I'm offended a little bit. Not that anyone really cares if I'm offended or not. But that's, when Schallenberger says that's because Kraken, in addition to being a QAnon conspiracy theory, come on. It isn't a QAnon conspiracy theory. It was a fun statement a fun metaphor she used to describe her legal strategy. Come on, folks.
Yeah,
and it turned into a term of terrorism.
We've bought into their narrative so easily, right? Unless you were like there on day one or you were part of this whole thing, a lot of people, watching the sidelines, it's easy to just absorb the narrative that they put out because there was only a single narrative. This is what the media was saying. The media was saying that Kraken was a QAnon conspiracy term. So now everybody buys it, right? Like that, it, for all intents and purposes, has become that because that's what the narrative is. It's the big lie, right? They repeated the lie over and over and over again to the point where, this is the reality of the situation, that Kraken is a QAnon term.
Yeah, the way I look at it as well is this shows that their systems for moderation are very inadequate, to say the least. Like, this word is being used by the guys at QAnon part of the release, the Kraken. So they're as simplistic as just saying, "Hey, we're gonna suspend that word," or anyone that mentions that word didn't even they did it before knowing there's an exchange. Yep. One of the top crypto exchanges called Kraken, which again, like I'm not a coder, so I don't know how difficult that is. It is, but it's surprising. You know, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was just really difficult to moderate, but it's underwhelming.
It's a way for them to conflate conservatives as well, because they're claiming in this exchange here that Kraken is a QAnon term. So they're using that and saying that if we censor it, then it's not count. I mean, it's fine to censor it because it doesn't count as counter speech. So they were happy to use that term, just and terms just like it, like stop the steal. Like a lot of conservatives tweeted out about stop the steal. It didn't mean that they supported stop the steal; it just means that they were tweeting about it, and they used that to de-amplify all these accounts, because anyone just talking about it is going to be on the political right? So by suppressing one group of people, they effectively, when I say one group of people, I mean like the 1% of very fringe individuals. Their claim is to suppress the 1% of fringe individuals who are tweeting crazy shit, and effectively it suppresses like 99% of other people as well, right? It's such an insidious thing, and that's the reason why conservatives had their accounts deboosted, because everybody was affected by this. If you tweeted about stop the steal, even if to condemn it, that got you hit, right? It got your account de-amplified as a result of that. And so they effectively censored the conservative voices and independent voices that were talking about these issues by targeting their suppression towards a tiny minority of people that affected everybody else. It's like they just sprayed and prayed, or rather, it's like they dropped a nuclear bomb onto an entire city to destroy a small house. And that is I
want to bring someone that's part of moderation, or was part of moderation, from Twitter or any of the other big social apps. I want to ask them those questions. I want to understand what from their experience, having done this at Twitter or another company. What's going on through their minds? Like, how is it behind the scenes? Is it just a bunch of people scrambling, and it's a mix of bias and?
It's like Seb said, right? I mean, it's a bunch of worker bees all scrambling, all thinking the same way, and thinking how best can they save democracy or whatever, right? Like this is the mindset that goes through these people's heads. I mean, they have a single idea, and they're not willing to question if any of them might be wrong because they don't want to be canceled. That's the thing. Like, I don't know if you ever worked in a space like this. I have. And these people are afraid of actually speaking their minds. And it takes like some junior employee to call it out, right? Because no one who's established, wants to be the focus of attention, right? Because if somebody says, hey, maybe what we're doing is actually kind of wrong, he's out.
And I saw Grant Chambers put his hand up. He's a software engineer. So I haven't done any due diligence, just saw him put his hand up. So we'll see if he can maybe give us a bit more context. Jason, I saw you unmute your mic.
Yeah, you want to say something, Jason?
Yeah, sure. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep. Loud and clear.
So the reason why I wanted to chime in is just because this specific topic, I happen to have, quite a bit of unique perspective on it, just because in the nature of my work, I've been in digital media for a decade plus, and worked with some of the biggest conservative media companies. Also, currently, and in the recent years, I've worked with some of the biggest conservative, media personalities in this space, and so I work kind of very closely with these platforms and the way they operate, and including. I've been at high level meetings, in New York with Facebook, talking to the kind of people that you are referring to. And so I wanted to kind of just lay out kind of at least my opinion on what I've surmised by working with these people and the way they think. I think the Yoel Roths of the world are, I think they're more rare than what I think allows this kind of culture of censorship and just kind of almost like authoritarian style of censorship that happens to these platforms. Yoel Roth is, he's a true believer, and I think you can read any of his writings and understand, his worldview. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but the people at these companies who, like Ian said, who think they are making the world a better place, who think they have the moral high ground on their side, These are the people who are largely making these decisions happen from orders that are coming from up on high. But I've had to argue some of these topics, whether it's a fact check or it's a page being demonetized or whatever it may be, over very minor things that are interpreted as malicious when in fact under the lightest of scrutiny or the lightest of pushback, they're forced to then backtrack because their thoughts on it are so ideological and so not they're not thought through, that these are the people who are kind of making these decisions. So I've been face to face with Facebook executives, and they'll say this policy, we're going to remove posts that we determine do not make meaningful discussions meaningful. So you ask them, what does meaningful mean? And they'll have some boilerplate corporate response, and then so you'll bring up okay, so this post right here, is this meaningful? Is this a meaningful conversation? And they'll just look at you almost like you're an alien, because just under any logic or pushback, it's not about that. Like, they just really truly believe that they are on the right side of history, and so all logic and all consequences, everything else kind of comes secondary. And so it's almost not insidious. It's almost like it really is like when you hear the word mind virus. That's what it feels like when I'm having to deal with these people and try to talk like a normal human being, like we're talking here, to try to have an actual conversation that's not like tinted by ideology. It's like they're not even capable of doing that. So it's a really strange kind of world to be in. But they believe, just as we believe, or most people on this on these chats believe in free speech and upholding the principles of free speech, and we think that's right. They believe what they're doing is just as right and just as righteous as allowing we feel to allow people to speak. So I think it's what Elon is doing, as good as it is, this is so systemic at these companies, and it feels insurmountable, to be honest with you. Just again, as somebody who deals with it day in, day out, sees the strikes, sees the fact checks, sees and has to like fight like every day.
I agree with that point. I agree with that point. Like I two things I want to say. First, I want to agree. Like, I think Elon is doing a great thing. Again, I disagree with many things he did, but in this case, he's on the right side of history. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. It is too systematic, and it's beyond politics. And I've been talking about this for a while outside of politics. So also just look how we're reacting. This is why one thing I love democracies, and I like the US. So I'm more optimistic here, is that we're up in arms because of this limited, and relative to what I'm about to say before you get angry at me, limited censorship, which is not right. And I love this. I'm hosting the space, so here I am. But imagine how it would feel to be in a country like China. That's another level. Like, imagine, I'm not sure if anyone's lived in China, but being like, I'm in Dubai, and I have, there's some websites I can't visit, and I have to use VPN. But China is a completely that wall they have. So I just got chills when you were talking, Jason, about free speech and how we all stand for free speech. I just got chills remembering my experience whenever I traveled to China back in the old days. Just something I wanted to mention, but I'll go to Vivek quickly. I saw you on mute as well, Vivek. Good to have you again.
Yeah, good to be on. I mean, look, I agree with a lot of what's been said. I just think that it's worth not dancing around a relevant question, which is, going forward, what is the path to restore free speech on a platform like Twitter? And I see a fork in the road, and I think it's worth calling out. I mean, I respect everything Elon has done. I think he's done a great public service by bringing this level of transparency to the past decisions. But at the same time, I think that there's a question of, what does it actually mean to run a free speech platform? In my opinion, that means there is no viewpoint-based discrimination, full stop. That viewpoint-based discrimination is off the table. Spam, porn, great. Those things are not viewpoints. Those are still protected by the First Amendment, but you can take those down. But you can't take down the expression of a viewpoint. That means hate speech as a category goes away.
What
and the
if
way
the
you address it.
viewpoints? Yeah, I mean, not to throw some hot water in your libertarianism, but what if that viewpoint is actively hostile towards, like, say, a certain race, for instance, Jewish people? I mean, if you're going to deny the Holocaust, is that, like, that's considered violence, right? It's considered a call to violence in, say, Europe, for instance. So in America, it's not, right? It's considered protected speech, but I don't think Canadians agree. I don't think Europeans agree. So what happens then? I mean, when you have that subjectivity, that level of subjectivity, that on the one hand, some people saying that is, like, not allowed.
Ian, yeah. So let me close the loop. Let me close the loop on it. I think that there's good news is there's 250 years of American constitutional jurisprudence that at least takes an American view on this. For an American perspective, we'll put the Canadians and Europeans to one side for now. But the American perspective is there is no such thing as a wrong viewpoint. Heinous viewpoints are heinous and deserve to be called out through not less speech, but more speech. But let's take the flip side is this platform has to be usable. Most people do not want to actually see those kinds of comments. Then you give the power back to the user to set their own filters, to set their own preferences, so that if they don't want to see it, they don't have to see it. I think that that is what an example of what a true free speech platform looks like. And I worry that though we may have made a step forward, a lot of the criticisms that were just offered about Twitter for the last 5 years, it's easy to now say that in the rearview mirror. And boy, have I been one of those critics as well. But I'm almost bored of that at this point without actually a clear North Star of what it looks like going forward. And I worry that what we might be heading towards, with all due respect to Elon, which is a ton, I still worry that when I take a look at some of the things he's saying, 80% of the people in the middle is who we care about. The 10% on the far left or the far right, we might not want them. Who's to say which middle? I mean, there's many different middles and many different axes, and who the arbiter is of what is in that middle, in that 80% Overton window or not. Freedom of speech, not freedom of reach. Who determines what gets tamped down and what doesn't? And I think that a truly decentralized approach accomplishes that task, saying that there is no viewpoint-based discrimination. Ian, I know this is a tough part and a tough pill to swallow, but that means hate speech as a category goes away, because hate speech is just someone else's opinion. That is constitutionally protected under U.S. constitutional principles, at least. And if somebody else doesn't want to hear it, that's their right too. Give them the opportunity to opt into filters and settings. And so, anyway, I think in the future, yes. The point. I would just close the loop to say that I think that it's the tail wagging the dog, because I know there's the advertisers now coming back and applying pressure, and so there may be a temptation to say that we need to move incrementally. I actually view it the other way around, where plant the flag, say what the North Star first principles are, own it. And I guess the last thing I would say is it's worth asking ourselves, we're all talking about how much we love free speech and the paeans to free speech. And I'll sing the same paean because I agree with it. But why is it that we care about free speech? Why is free speech actually important? Surely it is a freedom. It is a fundamental mode of self-expression. It's a good litmus test for the health of a democratic body politic. But I think there's two more reasons why free speech is important. One is that the pursuit of truth itself depends on exchanging ideas that are viewed as contrarian. That is why free speech censorship in the name of policing misinformation is itself an oxymoron. It is itself a hypocrisy, because the pursuit of truth, the pursuit of correct information itself depends on the exchange of ideas. But there's one more reason that's even more fundamental as to why. And that is this. It is that if you stop someone from speaking, that is when they scream. And if you stop someone from screaming, that is when they tear things down. And I think that for living in a diverse, divided body politic, free speech is a precondition for peace itself. And that's why I personally don't have a ton of patience for labeling someone else as the other. Okay, now it's just the QAnon guys who we're going to say are on the new fringe. And believe me, I don't subscribe to a lot of the ridiculous things that anyone else has to say, because I have my own opinions. But when you're operating a free speech platform, part of what that means is not passing a substantive judgment. And while it might be an improvement to use a politically centrist filter instead of a uniform left-wing one, I do think that's an improvement if I had to pick. That's not exactly, to me, what it means to operate a principled free speech platform. And I just think this is so important because there's an opportunity to get this right. And I'd love to have more views and hear other people's thoughts on this too, because it's easy to kind of criticize Twitter in the rearview mirror. Let's talk about what's going on going forward.
Okay, so like first of all, I just have to respond to that, right? So I fundamentally disagree with you on this idea that free speech solves everything. I think it's a good idea. It's noble, and ideally that's what we want. But then you have people who come to the table with their ideas that are fundamentally destructive to mankind. We're talking extinction level stuff, right? We're talking antinatalists. We're talking people who want to destroy Western civilization. And how do you offer these people a seat at the table? They don't deserve to have that seat at the table because they're unwilling to be constructive. I mean, do you entertain an insane person coming into your house and giving you ideas on how to run your house, right? No, obviously not, because that's insane. But that is what these people are doing. They don't offer anything. So when Elon Musk takes action against, this 20%, I'm more gracious. I'm not going to say it's 20% of the human race. I'm going to say it's 5%, right? I don't think there's very many of them. But I'm talking about people like Antifa. I'm talking about Islamic jihadists, right? The ideas that they have to offer the world, and these are very destructive ideas. These are ideas that require them to attain positions of power because alone, they're nobodies. They're not exactly destructive, but they do attain positions of power. They do, come into positions where they are running, systems in government. They like take for instance the guy who was arrested for stealing luggage. For instance, right? He had a pretty high position in the Department of Energy. These are the people who are coming in, these activists who want to actively destroy what we have built. When I say we, I mean we as a civilization, or global civilization, even if you want to call it that, have built, and they want to destroy it because they think it is antithetical for humanity to even like coexist with nature, right? These people are insane. They are insanely dangerous, and they have a lot of money, a lot of influence, a lot of power. So I don't think giving these people free speech in the way that you want, to not necessarily take away their free speech, right? But to enable them to have a platform to be able to speak at the same level as normal people. I don't think that's healthy in the long run. So taking action against them when what they say is actionable. For instance, Elon has been banning Antifa, right? And these people have been calling for violence. They have been initiating violence, and now they're crying about their free speech being infringed upon. Now, a libertarian might say they should have a right to speak, but I don't think so.
Well, I respect your view, and I know we agree on a lot of different things. I think we have slightly different points of view on this one, because I think if you could clip half of what you said right there, that is exactly what the folks at Twitter for the last 3 to 4 or 5 years have been saying about the views that they view as the crazy views. And I think that you have to ask the question of who is to determine what is or isn't crazy. And I'm gonna come back to an American context here. In the American context, the answer to bad speech is not less speech. It is more speech. It is getting more ideas into the marketplace of ideas so that the best ideas may win. And I think that the answer to the question of, what speech is or isn't allowed, we have 2.5 centuries worth of jurisprudence in this country that if you are actually inciting violence, not saying something that makes someone else upset and may make them go do something in the future, but if you're actually directly inciting violence, there's great constitutional definitions of whether or not that's First Amendment protected speech. But my view is if it is First Amendment protected, that is to say all hate speech falls into that category. That is to say that all forms of alleged misinformation, unless it's actually proven false and meets a fraudulent commercial standard, fits that description. If it's actually First Amendment protected speech and it expresses a viewpoint, then it's fair game and ought to be allowed. And it's only up to the listener to decide whether or not they do or don't want to hear it, not up to some other centralized authority. Now, why do I pick the First Amendment? I think it's a really important standard because it's relevant to how these platforms are protected. You see, you don't allow someone into your home to be able to say something, but your home does not enjoy a special blanket of federal immunity either. And I don't want to, unless people are really, again, looking to be bored by this stuff. On the legal side, Section 230C2, and people mix this up, forget C1, which is the thing that says these platforms are not liable for what other people post. Put that to one side. Section C2 basically says there's a federal form of immunity that preempts any state liability, and many states prevent viewpoint-based discrimination. But what they say is social media platforms or internet platforms in particular can take down constitutionally protected content. My view is that should be opt-in. If you're a company and really want to be a private company and make whatever decisions of what does and doesn't show up on your website, then great. You don't get that special blanket of immunity from the federal government. But if you do get that special blanket of immunity from the federal government, then guess what? You're bound by the same constraints as that federal government, which is the First Amendment. And so that's why I use the First Amendment as the North Star principles to say
C2 is useful.
What's that?
I mean, C2 is useful because it means that, let's say you go to a Microsoft tech support site, for instance.
It is useful. It is useful. It's useful.
It's necessary though, because how are you going to run a tech support site if people are having conversations about why it's okay to kill Jewish people, but not necessarily calling for violence? And just using this as an example, right? Okay, I'm not saying people are doing this, but let's say you go to a Microsoft tech support site and you start posting all these hateful comments about Jewish people or Muslims or whatever, right? And Microsoft decides to ban you, as they will, and under current section 230 C2, they're allowed to do so because they have protection from that, right? They don't have to abide by the First Amendment, even though the speech that they're banning is constitutionally protected. By removing that, doesn't that make the internet an incredibly hostile place that's just run by bots? Like literally bots will be spamming, hate speech all over the place. And when I say hate speech, I don't mean in a legal sense. I mean like in the subjective sense that it's hate speech. They'll just be shitting up the entire internet, and there'll be nothing that any proprietor of these websites will be able to do anything about it. Isn't that a problem? Like, so doesn't that infringe on the rights of these private companies?
I'll let you answer. It's a really good debate, Vivek. I'll let you answer it, and then we'll go through there's a new drop in, and then we'll continue the discussion, because that's probably the most important discussion to have, is what should be censored. Go ahead, Vivek.
Yeah, we'll wrap this and hear what the latest was on the other front. But to be clear, if you make Section 230C2 opt in, and that's what I favor. Okay, I'm not saying get rid of it. Make it opt in, to say that if you want the special preemption of liability under state law, then it comes with strings attached, which is to say that you can't censor viewpoints that are expressed and protected under the First Amendment. That's why I use the word viewpoints. Spam and porn, those are exceptions, because actually those might even be First Amendment protected, but I agree these platforms and sites would not be usable
if
everyone's
protected.
feeds.
That's the issue, right? Like virtual child pornography was legalized in 2002 in a Supreme Court
exactly.
decision,
So
right?
That's
the issue.
And I don't, I don't view that as an expression of a viewpoint. So that's why I come back to say it for the sixth time is viewpoints. I think the expression of a viewpoint, which includes, anti-Semitic speech, which includes all kinds of other heinous speech. The expression of viewpoints is protected, but we'll put spam and porn to one side. But my view is, there's states in this country, there are many, about 27 states that say that you can't engage in different forms of political discrimination. What Section 230C2 does is it says that even if you wanted to sue Microsoft in that case under one of those states' laws, you can't, because the federal government is protecting you with this extra blanket of immunity. And my view is if the federal government's protecting you with their blanket of immunity, then the person they're protecting is bound by the same constraints as that federal government, which includes the First Amendment, or at least a limited form of it that applies to the expression of viewpoints. And I say that because I think the path forward for Twitter is what we ought to be talking about, not just the criticism of the rearview mirror, which is too easy at this point, given how toxic those behaviors were. The question is looking in the mirror now going forward and seeing whether or not we're just applying a different politically centrist filter for the left-wing filter that we were using before, which is what I fear is the base direction that we're now heading.
So my concern about viewpoints is that what happens when you have groups like the MAPs, right? MAPs are literally pedophiles who are trying to politicize their movement in order to turn their sexual fantasies, or their sick sexual fantasies, into a political viewpoint. And that they've been trying to do this for decades now. We used to have this group called NAMBLA, the North American Man Boy Love Association, who are literally pedophiles who are trying to make their views a political view and have it constitutionally protected. And I mean, it is constitutionally protected. The problem is they didn't have any sort of protections in, say, the media. The media could call them whatever the fuck they wanted because they are sick, right? Social media platforms could ban them because what they're doing is disgusting. And even though they don't act necessarily on their, predilections, their views are considered could be considered a viewpoint when they politicize it. And this group, interestingly enough, aligned itself with the left, right? When I say the left, I'm not talking about liberals in Congress. I'm talking about groups that are now only now, like the Squad, for instance, the people adjacent to the Squad, the people who run groups like By Any Means Necessary. It's a San Francisco, Oakland-based Antifa organization that's staffed entirely almost by teachers. And these people worked very closely with NAMBLA back in the 1990s. Now, I don't know if they necessarily associate with them anymore, but they helped to legitimize the MAP movement. And now you're seeing a lot of colleges, a lot of college teachers, professors who are promoting this. I mean, it always becomes like a controversy because Lips of TikTok highlights it, where some teacher says something about how, kids should learn how to have sex and so on and so forth. So it's disgusting stuff. But they're trying very, very hard to legitimize their sick viewpoints as a political viewpoint. So when you talk about, not censoring people based on viewpoints, you're giving these people, or rather, your proposal is good. I don't believe that you're one of them at all. No, don't get me wrong here. But they will use that as a loophole to get in order to promote their views, right? And by turning their sexuality, their not even sexuality, their deviancy into a political viewpoint. By turning it into a political movement, you can effectively not shut them down. And that's why in Germany, for instance, they have effectively done that. They have rallies every single year where pedophiles go out there outside talking about their stupid political organization, and nobody can shut them down. The police offer them protection because they're politically insulated from being shut down. It's insane. And I don't think most of us would like that. I don't think we would like for a bunch of pedophiles to walk around in public bragging about how they're into doing what they do, and then having these viewpoints blasted on social media, allowed through advertising, because one of the things, the protections that you're offered as a private individual is that you can advertise on social media platforms or any website, on the internet in general. Now, you can't advertise that you're a pedophile on the internet, like pay for it. You can't pay for advertising for that because the sites will simply not take you. There's an exception that says, we can basically refuse to give you a platform. And now, if you take away the Section 230, subsection 2, then they can effectively use these platforms to advertise their sick deviancy, and there's nothing that social media platforms will be able to do to shut them down. That's my big concern, that groups like that, and that's just one of many groups.
This is where it gets really tricky. It's like everyone has concerns. I think your concerns are very valid ones, very logical ones. But this is where it starts. Where do we draw that line? I think it's, Vivek, the point you're making is it's a very tricky subject, a very tricky debate, and I'm not able to take sides. Ian, do you want to quickly talk about go through the last two drops by Michael?
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks, man.
It's a nice change of pace from me speaking my mind here.
he got emotional, man. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm not a, what you might call a free speech absolutist. Yes, I do believe in free speech, and yes, I do believe that political views should not be censored. But at the same time, there have to be limits, and this is one of those things, those red lines, right?
Would referendums,
great seeing you.
Yeah, I've got a question. Yeah, Vivek stayed there. I want to ask you. I'll message him to come back on. I actually wanted to ask him a question because it's a really good debate. Go ahead, Ian.
Okay, I'm going to read this. It's from 14 minutes ago. Employees struggle with whether to punish users who share screenshots of Trump's deleted J6 tweets. Wow, they were even considering. Now, think about that for a moment. They were thinking about censoring people who screen capped him. Insane. And so there's a quote here. "We should bounce these tweets with a strike, given the screenshot violates the policy," says one of them. And the other one says, "They're criticizing Trump, so I am a bit hesitant with applying a strike to this user." Wow. And there's a screenshot of somebody here who is, for all intents and purposes, probably a leftist, saying, "Fuck off, oh my God." Even Twitter says it's inciting violence, and this is a screenshot of Donald Trump's tweet that was censored, right? And so
the concern that my concern again, this shows more incompetence rather than intentional censorship. So like the intentional censorship is the tweet itself. That was the debate we had. But now even asking, hey, should we censor a screenshot of a tweet? It's just very weird to see these guys ask those questions behind the scenes. It's subjective and very archaic as well.
It's contextual, right? Because, like, for instance, when the J6 happened, a lot of conservatives were even pissed off at Donald Trump and screenshotting his tweets, criticizing him, right? And if, depending on who's looking, if you're like some liberal and you are looking at their tweets and you're like used to seeing a lot of conservative takes coming from them, and suddenly they were criticizing Trump, but they were screenshotting the tweet, you could report it. And if you're a liberal looking at Twitter, you'll be like, well, this person's a conservative. They're probably already supporting Donald Trump and they're just promoting it for fun. So we're going to ban them anyway. That seems to be the protocol. There was no real protocol there, right? It was like, well, if a leftist posted, then maybe we shouldn't ban them. But if a right winger posted, then 100% we should ban them. Which is insane. That was the kind of censorship they were doing, and I know they applied this to Alex Jones as well. I'm not saying anything about Elon's decision to not let him back on, but before he took over, and this was months before, I posted a video of Alex Jones where he criticized QAnon, right? He criticized it, and obviously that should be fine. But because it was posted on my account, and some idiot at Twitter decided that, oh, he's posting an Alex Jones video and he's talking about QAnon. So, they probably didn't even listen to the video and decided, you know what, we're going to suspend Ian's account for 7 days. And that's exactly what happened. Absolutely insane.
And I'll let you, before I ask one final question to Vivek, there's also a tweet right after that, Ian.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to read that tweet and then you can ask a question to Vivek. What if a user dislikes Trump and objects to Twitter censorship? Then the tweet still gets deleted, but since the intention is not to deny the election result, no punishing strike is applied. So they delete the tweet, but they don't actually strike you for it. Quote, if there are instances where the intent is unclear, please feel free to raise. This is just absolutely bad shit. Like the whole chat log here, reading it.
It's crazy, I know.
It's like they decide on a whim, is this person a left-winger or a right-winger? Oh, he's a right-winger, then add a strike. Oh, it's a left-winger who's criticizing Trump. Oh, okay, then we just delete the tweet, but we won't strike them. What? What the fuck were they doing? Like, it's just mind-boggling that this is the operation that is determining what we are allowed to say or what we're not allowed to say, and they don't even have, like, the protocols in place to determine that.
Vivek, I've got a question for you because I really enjoyed the debate and I agreed with a lot of things he said, but also agree with Ian's concerns. Would a middle ground be something like a system in which there are, this is not practical, but this is the only solution I can think of, really, a very impractical one. It's like referendums for people to decide, to vote and decide what should be censored and what shouldn't, rather than having few centralized entities and then implementing those results to social platforms. Again, this isn't practical, there's no legal groundwork for this. But is there any other solution to address concerns that Ian mentioned while maintaining free speech? And then after that, I'll go to Tom and Fidgetal.
Yeah, so I have a firm view on what you just suggested, even in principle, for getting the implementation. That does not work, even in principle. And the reason is, part of what we're protecting in free speech is not for members of the majority to be able to express their opinion, but precisely to protect against a tyranny of the majority that prevents the minority from being able to express their viewpoint, whatever that minority viewpoint might be. I mean, look, I'm a very proud American. I am a believer in the nationalism around American ideals. Very few people are, I think, willing to say that the new N-word these days, but I think that that's where I start from. And yet, I embrace the right of someone in this country to burn the American flag, the flag to which I pledge allegiance and learned how to pledge allegiance as a kid. That is what it means to actually support not only free speech, but the ideals represented by that flag, is to allow that other person, wrong as they might be, to burn that flag in public. And so we can each pick our most favorite heinous example of the kind of speech that may put pressure on our own convictions. But whatever that might be, so long as it's not illegal behavior itself, that is to say, actually physically or imminently likely to result in physical harm to someone else. And I do think that, the sexual abuse of minors to physical violence, all of that falls in the category of already illegal content. Let's take that off the table. I think the rules of the road actually
They would argue that it's not. They would argue that it's not. I mean, the Supreme Court says it's not. The Supreme Court literally says that virtual child pornography is allowed.
So I think we just differ actually on our understanding of the empirics of the law there. I do not believe that there's no sense in which child pornography is constitutionally protected.
Virtual child pornography, meaning illustrations, writing, and CGI. That is completely allowed. It's not allowed in Europe. It's not allowed in Canada.
So what I'm going to do for the purpose of this exchange, I think you could pick whichever parade of horribles one wanted to pick. And by the way, for the people who are working at Twitter over the last 3 years, it was things that Donald Trump said, or even things that certain people in this spaces would have said. I'm actually talking about rules of the road or principles that are agnostic to the content of what you may not want to see on the internet, or what I may prefer not to see, or what the left-winger at Twitter for the last 3 years might not want to see. I'm talking about rules of the road. And so if you ask me what are the rules of the road for a free speech platform going forward, I'll actually just lay them out in real simple terms. One is no viewpoint-based discrimination, full stop. That means hate speech goes away as a category. If you're going to take down false speech, true dangerous misinformation, the burden of proof rests on the company to prove that it was false.
That is an extremely high burden. It will rarely, if ever, be met. That is a good thing because very little, if any, speech should be taken down that way. Otherwise, I would say give the power. And by the way, another rule of the road, no coordination with the government. Any government, be it the US government or the Chinese government, zero coordination, and in fact, transparency to the public when there are government requests or government demands to take down speech. And then finally, the tiebreaker that solves this for everyone, that makes this a usable platform or any other one like it, is that when in doubt, give the power back to the user. You all have an equal right not only to speak, but also not to listen to something that you don't want to hear. No one can force you to do that in a free society. And I think with those rules of the road, that's what a free speech platform looks like, not simply wearing the mantle of saying that, well, back in 2019, Twitter was saying that those Trump guys were crazy. How ridiculous was that? Now we just got to call a different group of guys crazy because that's the judgment of my own personal view that I substitute for their personal view. I don't think we should be swapping one set of substantive viewpoint filters for another, which, to be clear, is, I think, the early direction that I think we're at the risk of heading, versus actually taking, the 4 to 5 rules of the road that I laid out, the North Star.
What do you think of natural law?
A free speech platform. What's that?
What do you think of natural law? Adrian Vermeule, have you read his book?
I'm familiar with the notion. I haven't read his book, no, but I'm approaching this from the standpoint of we don't have to, in this Twitter space or any other 2022 specific forum, rethink everything from start today. Because the good news is we set, at least in this country, and I picked this country because I think it was actually a model for the rest of the free world thereafter. In 1776, and then particularly in 1789, set into motion a set of principles that have been adjudicated through thousands of cases, testing the outer bounds. I will say there's no example we're going to think of in this conversation tonight that there wasn't a better example that in a more nuanced way tested it over the course of the last 2.5 centuries. And using that body of what it means to live in a First Amendment protective society, that's our best, even if imperfect, approach to use as the North Star for what we mean by no viewpoint-based discrimination. And I think that every time we try to pretend like the entire problem that we're facing is uniquely the first time that we're facing it now, that's when we get, I would say, sloppy, unrigorous, lazy, and even unprincipled approaches that accidentally end up substituting our substantive judgments, but make the very same kinds of procedural errors that the people on the other side have been making for years. So anyway, Mari, hopefully that answers your question, but that's where I come out.
It does, man. And the team should have DM'd you my number. I'd love to connect on WhatsApp to have you on the show more often. Loved your take on this. Loved the discussion between you and Ian.
Absolutely.
I know you jumped off early, so you have to jump off again. That was really good, Vivek. I really appreciate you jumping on, man.
Thanks,
so anytime you want to come back, and make sure you DM me on WhatsApp if you don't mind. Check your Twitter DMs. Ian, there is a new tweet by Michael, if you mind going through it. I think you like that one, Ian. It's a bit juicy.
Absolutely.
A bit juicy.
A bit juicy, huh? We've been waiting for a bit juicy stuff tonight. Okay. Around noon, a confused senior executive in advertising sales sends a DM to Yoel Roth. He asks, Jack says we will permanently suspend Trump if our policies are violated after a 12-hour count lock. What policies is Jack talking about? Roth replies, any policy violation. So here's what he says. All right, in full. Here's the message that the senior executive sent him. Hi, Yoel. I have a question from Twitter regarding the safety thread regarding POTUS and Jack's email. Jack says we'll permanently suspend any policies that are violated after a 12-hour account lock. What policies is he talking about? Is spreading misinformation a violation, like his past tweets about the election? Or is it more like a tweet inciting violence? I'm asking because we're getting tons of calls from clients involving the Facebook and Instagram decisions, so some clarity would be great. Thanks. So, Yoel Roth replies, for internal awareness, this kind of shows that there was no internal conversation happening between Twitter and Instagram. Like, it wasn't a coordinated effort. It was semi-coordinated through clients, right, to their investors, but not necessarily done through Twitter's channels directly to Facebook. Although that may be seen, I mean, we don't know yet, right? Like, that's maybe for future disclosure. Yoel Roth replies, for internal awareness, this would be any policy violation, not just limited to elections, but before sharing anything, please coordinate with blank named out. On the comm side, obviously a ton of interest in our position on this. Want to ensure that we stay aligned. So that's where we are so far.
Check. No, man. Check. Gets juicier Ian, check the next one.
Oh boy, they post another one immediately.
They're gonna say exactly when what they how confused they were when they decided to ban Trump.
Yep. Yeah, that was around noon. What if it? No, I read all of it. I'm pretty sure. I think.
Oh, you read the around noon one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, hold on. The what happens is essential to understanding how Twitter justified banning Trump. The sales executive goes, "Are we dropping the public interest policy now?" And Roth goes, "Can you see it, Ian? In this specific case, we're changing our public interest approach for his account."
Oh yeah, I don't see that one yet. Maybe you can read it.
I just did. That was it. And then there's a whole exchange between them both. Let's get Stephen. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool. Do you want to read that one? You're the second best voice here.
No problem. Just give me a second. Well, that's very kind of you. Okay, so we're on the one that just came out 17 seconds ago, or one before that?
Yeah, exactly. No, the one. What happens is essential to understanding how Twitter justified banning Trump.
Okay. What happens next?
Oh shit! He deleted it. Can you screenshot it before you use it again? He deleted it.
I've got it.
Oh, perfect. I'll just screenshot it as well. Why did he delete it?
Do you want me to read it anyway?
Yeah, please. I'm just screenshotting in the meantime, but that's so weird he deleted it.
Yep, sure. It's what happens next is essential to understanding how Twitter justified banning Trump. Sales exec, are we dropping, in quotes, are we dropping the public interest policy now, end quote. Roth, 6 hours later, in this specific case, this is a quote from Ross, we're changing our public interest approach for his account. Yes, and then there's a correspondence between Roth and the other fella here. This text a little blurry, but it says, "Thanks, Yoel. We'll connect with comms team for sure. One last question. In the past, we've exempted policy violation for world leader due to the public interest value. Are we dropping the public interest now? And any violation could be a trigger. For me to understand, any will check with comms.
Again, we'll check with comms regarding what we cannot share publicly.
Correct. And then Yoel's response is apologies for the slow reply. I've been back to back all day today. In the specific case, we're changing our public interest approach for his account to say any violation would result in suspension. We aren't completely getting rid of the public interest approach, although we do have work planned on revisions in H1 2021.
Okay.
So
hold on. It said they deleted the tweet. Now I can see it again. I'm not sure.
He reposted it. He reposted the thing. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then there's another one after that. Is there?
Probably had a typo or something.
Yeah, probably just had a minor typo or something like that.
But what? So that one is pretty. I'd say this is another major one for me.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I see Tara's hand up, so I'll give the mic to Tara. But I'd say like this is. I'll add this to my major revelations, according to Mario. Tara.
Can you actually come back to me? I'm just in the middle of something.
Of course. Thank you. Yeah, no. So I was gonna say, the reason I was gonna say this before giving you the mic is that the reason I find this important is that, again, they've changed their policy. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, because I try to be as factual as I can. They've amended their policy to be able to suspend Trump.
Yes, that's correct. That's exactly what happened here.
Correct. Yeah, that is the right assessment.
This is unequivocal evidence. This is absolutely factual evidence based on what we're seeing on this latest output.
Okay. Fidgetal. I'm just writing notes here. I'm adding a list of major revelations.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, man, yeah.
So just something that's been coursing in the back of my mind in terms of like the propriety or the properness of any of the decisions. And I feel like the fact that January 6th happened and we had the insurrection is just like forgotten in these conversations. So does the fact that there was censorship legitimize an attack on our government and our capital? Does the fact that censorship was trying to attempt to potentially stop things like that legitimize their actions? And I feel like whenever this is brought up in a conversation,
I don't think it legitimizes anything. If anything, Trump's own tweets show that he was not in support of their actions on January 6th. It was just Twitter deciding to unilaterally act on him by blaming him for it.
Again, it happened, and those
it happened, but they blamed him for it, right? Like that's...
no. Stop the steal was his propaganda. It was his campaign's propaganda. Fraud in the election, all the things that led to the insurrection were from his tweets, were from his side's position. So I ask again, does that make the insurrection okay? Because now we see that there was censorship, or was the censorship okay? Because one way or another, for the first time in hundreds of years, and since the beginning of the advent of propagation of social media and content in this way via a Twitter, led to something that I have to presume nobody wants. Or are we saying that we wanted it?
Well, I mean, first of all, propaganda is all in the eye of the beholder. So look, I mean, yeah, Stop the Steal. It was a campaign. A lot of people in their camp felt that there was unexplainable or explainable irregularities in the 2020 election. They felt it was a fraudulent result. A lot of people, including Hillary Clinton herself, and a lot of Democrats in 2016 felt that was a fraudulent election. They were free to express it here and everywhere else. Okay. They often called Trump a illegitimate president, including Hillary Clinton herself. Hillary Clinton, might I add, also is already predicting that Republicans are rigging the 2024 election. She's on record as saying that just a short time ago. As far as what's happened at the Capitol, there are certain aspects of that that were completely unfortunate and should have never happened.
What happened at the Capitol?
Yeah.
Where what'd you say? Where shouldn't have happened? That were regrettable?
Yeah, it was wrong.
No. They tens of thousands of people charged on the Capitol, chanting to kill government.
Yeah, but I think he's. Sorry, go ahead, Steve. What were you saying? I thought you guys were agreeing on this point. I didn't know you disagreed.
I don't think Steve is minimizing any of this. I think.
Yeah, I think Stephen is saying. Fidgetal, what happened is wrong.
Because we're not angry enough about what happened on January 6th.
I'm just going to jump. What is your question that you're trying to pose here? Because I know they're trying to do the breaking news. So I want to understand what.
So go to the breaking news. It's just hard to hear all the stuff about censorship when the censorship was potentially aiming to avoid what happened on January 6th. And I just think that the January 6th part is an important, imperative part of the conversation when we're deciding what is censored or not censored in terms of trying to prevent things that we can all agree are not okay.
So you're saying the exception. So the point you make is that the exception made to suspend Trump was related to the insurrection or the riots. Is that what you're implying?
Suggesting that censorship would have stopped something like that from happening, but I would disagree fundamentally.
Was Trump censored? Was he banned before or after the insurrection?
He was banned after, on January 8th.
Okay, so yeah, okay.
Yeah, so definitely censorship did not help. In fact, I would argue that the reason why these groups of people who largely coordinated on websites like vote.co and 8chan, the reason why they were able to do this, and basically they were in an echo chamber of their own making. Well, not of their own making, but of social media's making. They were prevented from having any sorts of broader conversations or exposure to the public where they could have had their views, realigned, right? People could have talked to them. They could have talked to people who would have disagreed with them, and they could have had substantive conversations on why their beliefs were perhaps wrong or misguided. But they were not allowed to have these conversations. They were, in fact, siloed effectively into these tiny little echo chambers where they would simply, boost each other's voices, and there was nobody to say, hey, guys, you're insane, right? All this stuff we're talking about, this insurrection, is nuts. They were not allowed to have these conversations, and that's why they acted the way they did. I mean, one would argue that censorship caused this. And that Trump was censored before January 6th.
Ian, that's kind of what I was saying. So I was asking both sides, right? One was the attempt to censor proper in the fact that what occurred at the end of the day was something that we can all agree nobody agrees to, or is there validation in the insurrection based on the fact that there was censorship and there was quote unquote steal stop the steal? That's what. Just a pointed question.
So I have an interesting take. Not an interesting take, actually. I'm just thinking, like, other examples, Ian or any other panelists, other examples where censorship was used to prevent riots. I don't think it went too well. Like, I'm just thinking about Iran. Iran was censoring. It didn't go too well for them.
Heavily. China was also censoring heavily. And guess what? China is the most recent example I can think of where they were literally and China's, keep in mind, their mechanisms for censorship are insanely powerful. Like, they can shut down entire conversations, DMs,
yeah.
Right? Like WhatsApp conversations. They have every ability to pry through your phone and even delete your apps if they want to. That's the amount of control that they have over their citizens. And yet, despite all the efforts, their best efforts to censor any sort of dissent on, protesting over the lockdowns in China, it was unsuccessful. And in fact, it led to larger protests. And the protests even became not about the lockdowns, but about the censorship itself, because you had people in Hong Kong, which, as we all know, is now a police state, where people gathered out in the thousands to hold up white signs. They didn't speak a word, not a single voice was spoken, right? But they held up white pieces of paper, white signs, to say that we are being censored. And that was so powerful that it forced Xi Jinping to actually backtrack on the lockdown policies. And in fact, they lifted all of them. It's insane. Like, I mean, so censorship didn't actually work in that case. Same in Iran, right? Mm-hmm. They did the same thing, where they were killing people, shooting people, and guess what? It made the whole country turn like, it just erupted overnight. Cities were burning.
I'd say China's an ongoing experiment. I think the censorship won't work based on previous experiments, but their level of censorship makes Twitter look so nascent in the way, like, they're just chatting in the back channels. Hey, this one, screenshot it. Should we ban him? Not ban him? Should we suspend the tweet or delete the tweet? A Kraken, should we just suspend the word? Like, just so archaic. Yet China's significantly more advanced, significantly
scarier.
Right?
Like, these people, these worker bees, they look at what China's doing and they think, why can't we do that? I wish we had that power. I mean, that's what Taylor Lorenz publicly states, right? Taylor Lorenz, if you guys are not familiar, is a Washington Post journalist who writes nonstop hit pieces on conservatives, on Lips of TikTok, on Elon Musk. And she is a very, like, I would say she's kind of an anti-vaxxer in the sense that she doesn't believe the vaccine works. And she's calling for more lockdowns. And she looks at China when the protests were happening. She was like, why can't we be like China? You know, it's worth it to save lives. And this
she
is
said,
what they want.
Sorry, she said that?
Yeah, she said that. Yeah, something to that measure. Yeah, I'm paraphrasing here. So,
what was her position? Sorry.
Her position was that we needed more lockdowns. That we.
And then what was her formal position at which company?
Washington Post. She is a journalist there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. I was just gonna give the mic to Finn. Barry Razi, you gotta get a better username. It's too complicated.
I know. For some reason, it's stuck and I can't change it. And my real account got permanently banned 7 days ago. So hopefully, I'll be able to get that back.
Why did it get? Yeah. Why did it get banned?
I think I wrote a political tweet, just my opinion on stuff happening with like bots and to a specific person in the government. Actually, I tweeted a tweet, and then the next morning, it was permanently suspended. And when I tried to appeal, they just wrote back saying, "Sorry, you can't appeal this."
I have a question about that. Can you share the words that were used? Did you happen to mention fraud or election or anything?
I actually asked John Cipher if any of the FTX money was used for bots or any of the trolls for people that are expressing dissent against the Ukraine war.
That's it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that's the only post crazy. I can think of. I had done like that's the only thing I could think of. I mean, I'm a conservative.
That's your first problem. You're a conservative.
I'll give you the mic right after to continue, Barry. I'm just gonna go through the next drop that came in. Ian, do you want to quickly mention it before we give the mic back to Barry?
Yes, of course. It's wow, his timeline loads slow. What's up with that? Okay, the ad executive is this is a continuation of the previous exchange between the sales executive and Yuval Roth. So he goes, the ad executive is referring to Twitter's policy of public interest exceptions, which allows the content of elected officials, even if it violates Twitter rules. If it, in quotes, if it directly contributes to the understanding or discussion of a matter of public concern. So basically, that's a reason why they would never ban the Taliban, right? The Taliban can use the platform without them banning them because it's of the public's interest to know what the Taliban is saying or to know what, Ayatollah Khomeini is saying. And you can't ban these people. It's just not in the public interest to say it. So that's all he's linking to right now. That's the only update.
Reading it now. So at present, we limit exceptions to one critical type of public interest content: tweets from elected government officials, given the significant public interest in knowing and being able to discuss their actions and statements. Barry, mic is back yours.
Thanks. So I wanted to kind of go back to 2015 when the terms of service on Twitter, I remember it largely saying that if somebody was threatening you to contact your local police department, and they didn't really overtly censor a lot of speech at all, especially political. Not much hate speech I didn't find much, but it really wasn't, policed in the way that it was. And then there has been some people that have found that right now, if you looked at LinkedIn, there's several FBI and CIA, ex-FBI and CIA that are still working at Twitter. Kevin Michelina, current Twitter Senior Corporate Security Analyst. Doug Hunt, current Twitter Senior Director, ex-FBI agent, 20 years. Mark Jaroszewski, current Twitter Director, Corporate Security Risk, ex-FBI, 20 years. Douglas Turner, current Twitter Senior Management, Corporate and Executive Security Services, ex-FBI, 14 years. Now, this is all they all have their LinkedIn is showing this. Patrick G., current Twitter Head of Corporate Security, ex-FBI Special Agent, 23 years. Karen Walsh, current Twitter Director Corporate Resilience, ex-FBI Special Agent, 21 years. Russell Handorf, current Twitter Senior Staff Technical Program Manager, ex-FBI, 10 years. Michael B., current Twitter Senior Corporate Security Manager, ex-FBI, 23 years. Vincent Lucero, current Twitter Senior Security Manager, ex-FBI Special Agent, 22 years. Kevin L., ex-FBI.
I'll let you.
Yeah. So, but my point is that the thing that ties these all together is they did not come to work for Twitter until after Donald Trump was in office. So that's what they have in mind. They all were hired after 2016. So it's just, kind of interesting. So if you take that and then put it together, again, the current lawsuit that Attorney General Eric Schmidt has, Missouri versus Biden, where I think next to be deposed is Jen Psaki, the ex-press secretary. There's several other members of the current administration that are going under deposition, but Eric Chan, he was the one that was the FITI that...
Elvis Chan. Yep.
Yeah. So he said that as many as 8 FBI agents were meeting weekly at Twitter headquarters. So if you take that, plus here in Arizona, they found tweets from the Secretary of State's office during the midterms, directly emailing CISA to email Twitter asking to be removed. So I think that, again, we are getting into the granular of why censor and things like, child pornography and anti-Semitism and stuff, but really largely what's happening here and what the whole reason the hashtag Stop the Steal happened is, remember, in 2016, Trump was elected not by a bunch of far-right people. Trump was a Democrat that turned Republican. He's really kind of a moderate, but many of his followers were kind of left over from the Tea Party and then Democrats that were tired of just the uniparty of the Democrats and Republicans that are just, complete elitists with, overtaking every aspect of our government and our constitutional rights. And so that is why he was so popular. Then because, as Dr. Gorka said, he was not part of that deep swamp. He was not part of K Street. And so immediately, everyone from past administrations and people who have a lot of special interest with both the Democratic and Republican Party, he was the enemy because he was somebody kind of like Kennedy coming in to break everything apart or expose things. And so the anger, and I won't want to go too far, but the whole reason for J6 was people coming to express their right to address their government and to gather and to do that. And then further, I'll leave it at this. Several members of Congress have deposed Ray, and have found that there is some involvement with J6 as well. So the people that caused the riot might have been entrapped and incited, similar to the Whitmer case. So the Fed napping. So thanks for the mic. And there's just a lot of things to tie together.
You got too deep for me politically. I'm
super familiar with all the stuff you talk about.
Ian, I'm like, Ian, this is Ian's ball game. Ian, there's a new, Stephen, there's just a new drop by Michael literally 5 seconds ago. Also, I brought up, I've just invited, before you do so, I've invited, do you know much about the Missouri versus Biden case? Aaron Cariati wants to come up and talk about it. That's something I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, let's talk about it after I read this thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll bring up Aaron.
Important because it's an ongoing case that Eric Schmidt has against the Biden administration, and it involves a lot of what's going on here. So it's like a separate angle for these releases,
cool.
right?
So Aaron, I've just sent you an invite via DM. Go ahead. What's the next tweet?
Okay, so I'll read this thing. So Yoel Roth pushes for a permanent suspension of Matt Gaetz. Wow. Okay. Okay, that's huge. That's a fucking bombshell right there. Yoel Roth pushed for a permanent suspension of Matt Gaetz, even though it, quote, doesn't quite fit anywhere. Duh. Like, so he knew that Matt Gaetz didn't actually violate the rules in any way, but he wanted to ban him anyway. It's kind of a test case for the rationale for banning Trump. Quote, I'm trying to talk to Twitter's safety team into removal as a conspiracy that incites violence. So he was basically, like I said, he's like the CEO of the company, right? He's not the CEO, but he's acting like the CEO, and he's trying to convince the team to come up with justifications to ban more and more people. And so he wanted to remove Matt Gaetz. Quote, and this is somebody talking to Yoel Roth saying, what's the latest on the Antifa claims? Anything brewing policy-wise? C is telling from the other room that we should just ban Matt Gaetz. Yoel Roth replies, SP and SI are working on that. That's the policy and stuff. It doesn't quite fit anywhere. I'm trying to talk safety into treating it as incitement. I think we'll get over the line for removal as a conspiracy that incites violence. Vijaya is directionally okay with it. So if you are not familiar with what's going on here, right, Matt Gaetz was quite explicitly condemning Antifa, and I guess they didn't like the fact that he was going after Antifa. Like, what the fuck? Just, yeah, can someone else chime in here? Steven, you want to say something? It's kind of nuts.
It's just the hubris and the brazenness of this. It just keeps outdoing itself, doesn't it? I mean, that's really what's going on here. I mean, here we have, it's clear as day that he was trying to give a permanent suspension on Representative Matt Gaetz, even though no terms of service were violated, at the same time turning a blind eye to what essentially is a terrorist organization in the United States, right? So that just goes to show just how incredibly over the top partisan and the bubble that these guys are living in is just unbelievable. Shocking, but not surprising.
And what was the reason? What did Matt Gaetz tweet or say that is conspiracy to incite violence? Do you know? Did they say?
Well, he did.
Yeah, he didn't do anything. Yeah, he was.
No, but they must have. But they didn't. They didn't ban him because of, or they didn't ban him because he condemned Antifa. Must be like they must have found another reason, like he said something about the insurrection or something. No.
Well, I think it's more or less that he's more of a populist conservative, populist Republican,
and they don't like him.
Yeah, and they
like it, but I'm trying to figure out like what I understand. Like they unfairly banned it, but like what's the excuse they found? Like with Trump, it was a bunch of tweets that they didn't like,
and they used that he was inciting violence against Antifa. Think about that for a moment. Inciting violence against Antifa. You might as well say inciting violence against pedophiles or inciting violence against Nazis. That's the level that we're on, and these guys are.
That's your comparison.
That's my comparison, yeah.
Rather, actually, it's more reciprocal when it comes to talking about Antifa, really. Like, most of the time, we're talking about defense, whereas Antifa's the ones talking about making everybody afraid to be out in the streets. And
that's right. And they are literally attacking people right now, or maybe not in this exact moment, but just a week ago, they attacked a group of women for protesting about the gender mutilation stuff, right? That's on video. Right? It's all over the fucking interwebs, and they're going to court for it. But and these are the same people. Keep in mind that attacked journalists who covered their activities. They had
sorry, guys. I do want some clarity. So I'm getting hit up on my timeline and in my DMs like insanity. So just for the conversation and clarity for everybody who's listening, January 6th, was that? Do we call that an insurrection? Was that okay? Was it violent?
No weapons?
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah, you got the answer. Like, it was violent. It was not okay. Calling it an insurrection is probably a bit hyperbolic, but yeah, it was an insurrection if you want to call it that. But no, it was not okay. It was illegal.
No, there's legal definitions for an insurrection. It wasn't an insurrection. There were people peacefully protesting because they felt that they deserved the 10-day space of time.
I would say, Barry, do you think it would like it crossed the? I'm not saying it's an insurrection. I don't understand. I don't know the definition of insurrection.
The riot definitely crossed the line. Like, for instance, there's a lot of people saying that people were going to kill Mike Pence, but that noose structure was actually not to scale. And all around it, if you zoom in with pictures that the media didn't truly show, is that was an art installation to just show how far backwards we've gone in our country when we don't have elections that we can trust. And we've been doubting our elections since 2000.
A noose is an art piece to show how far we've come from democracy.
It was. And it was not to scale. So you can look on my timeline.
So without getting into the details of the noose and other instruments, so Fidget, the question that you asked about the insurrection, not insurrection, whatever you want to call it. So was there a follow-up question to that?
Yeah, because I think, listen, I think a lot of this comes down to facts, right? So you've been hearing me since the beginning of this, where I wanted to believe that
there's a helicopter flying over my house right now.
It's there for you, Ian. Yeah, that's in the news. What I'm interested in is facts, right? So I'm getting hit up in my DMs and on Twitter saying it wasn't an insurrection. It was a peaceful protest that a couple people went wrong. There wasn't thousands of people. It had nothing to do with Trump or messaging. I want to hear the people on the stage say that the messaging had nothing to do with what happened. That there wasn't violence. That everything was okay, and that the news wasn't up to scale.
That's crazy talk. That's crazy. Of course there was violence. There's tons and tons of video of people showing people, thousands of people, not tens of thousands, but come on, thousands of people pushing their way in, especially at the start. And this is while Trump was still giving a speech halfway across the city, right? There were a lot of people there. I even did research into this. I know a lot of people are not going to be very happy with me saying this, but a lot of the initial violence was led by the same people who started the Charlottesville riot, and they were there to cause mayhem and trouble. And they had, I won't say they planned this necessarily in the same sense that you plan an attack the way an army would, but it's definitely a group of disparate individuals who took to the Capitol building and started protesting violently and attacking police officers. We even, there's a lot of footage of this, and many of them got injured and so on. And it wasn't about a couple hours after that, because for whatever reason, right, the National Guard wasn't called. The Capitol Police didn't really have enough manpower to stop this from happening. And there are some allegations that, certain members of the crowd, of the mob, had been put there either as FBI agents or something, right? I can't confirm that personally, so I'm not even going to, address it necessarily. But it started small, it got big, and then more people went there. A lot of people didn't go inside, but then at that point, the Capitol Police decided, you know what, it's kind of better to just kind of let them in. And then that's where you got the videos of them inviting people inside, and then people walking inside, basically trespassing, but walking inside thinking that they're allowed to be there because they got there 2 hours late. And that's, and these are the people being charged with crimes right now. They're in prison because they walked in.
We'll go. Sorry, Barry. I'm just gonna. I know Barry and Fidgetal, you want to speak. We'll get back to this point because I want to go back to the drops.
Yeah, we
I
need
think
to
it's
talk
good.
about
It's
the
a
drops.
good,
Yeah, this
good
is a bit of
overview, Ian. I
distraction.
appreciate it. Yeah, so we'll get back to in a very a tricky one as well. We'll go back to the latest tweet if you don't mind.
Yep, I'm gonna read
around. Yeah, so you or Steven, whoever has it open.
It's loading for me right now, so I can probably read it.
Cool.
Okay, here we go. Yeah. There's two actually that we missed. Okay, so he just posted one a minute ago as well. Around 2:30, and this is when the insurrection, whatever you want to call it, got really, really tricky, right? This is when it became large. And this is around when Trump put out his first video telling people to go home around this time, right? This is around that time. So he tweets, around 2:30, comms executives DM Yoel Roth to say that they don't want to make a big deal out of the QAnon ban to the media because they fear that if we push this, it looks like we're trying to offer up something in place of the thing everyone wants, meaning a Trump ban. So it was about optics. They didn't want to ban QAnon or any conversation surrounding that because they didn't want it to look as if they were skirting, avoiding their decision to ban Trump, right? So the sales executive messages Yoel Roth and says, we're good either way, we'll discuss, but I'm generally in the space of let's start taking action and not do a big comms push around this. We can explain why if we're asked, but worry if we push this, it looks like we're trying to offer up something in place of the thing everyone wants, and that's in reference to Trump's ban, because they hadn't banned him at this point. That evening, Michael Schellenberger, he adds, that evening, a Twitter engineer DMs Roth to say, I feel a lot of debates around exceptions stem from the fact that Trump's account is not technically different from anybody else's, and yet treated differently due to his personal status without corresponding Twitter rules. So here's the full message. Hi, Yoel. I'm sure you're very busy right now, and my apologies if this is a distraction to your work. I wonder if there has been a discussion about reshaping the rules around official accounts, for instance, Donald Trump, and other accounts, for instance, Donald Trump again, I don't know why, or an unverified account. I feel like a lot of debates around exceptions stem from the fact that Trump's account is not technically different from anyone else's, yet treated differently due to his personal status without corresponding Twitter rules to clarify the responsibilities that should come with that status. So that is actually kind of a good point from this person, because he's like, hey, there's nothing in the rules here that says that Trump should be treated any different from anybody else. I mean, it was just sort of like an unspoken rule. So that's where we are at so far.
I'll go to Aaron, Ian, to discuss the case that you mentioned earlier. Do you want to make the introduction, Ian?
Yeah. Well, I don't know her personally, but I will say that the case is currently ongoing with with Eric Schmidt. You know, he's the Attorney General for Missouri, and he's going after the Biden administration over its involvement in social media. So, yeah, you want to take it away?
Yeah, so my name's Aaron Cariotti. I'm one of the 4 private plaintiffs in the Missouri v. Biden case that Ian just mentioned. So the Attorney Generals of Missouri and Louisiana filed this case against several senior members of the Biden administration. And myself, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Barton Koldorf, were 2 of the authors of the Great Barrington Declaration, which was a COVID policy recommendation that was censored by social media and also by people at the NIH, have also joined this suit. And basically what we're alleging, and this is maybe sort of a Google Earth up from, the specifics of what happened to Donald Trump on Twitter, or even the legal debates about Section 230 and how censorship on these private social media platforms should or should not work. There's certainly legal debates about, what social media companies should be able to do in that regard. But no credible legal scholar doubts that even if Twitter or Facebook can kick people off their platform, including the President of the United States, that the government can't do that. The government cannot dictate to social media companies what to censor. And what we allege is that during the pandemic, disfavored views of highly credible scientists. I was the director of the medical ethics program and a professor in the School of Medicine at UC Irvine at the time. Jay is from Stanford. Martin's from Harvard. that credible, scientifically sound views were censored at the behest of the government because we were critiquing or calling into question some of the administration's favored pandemic policies, particularly lockdowns and school closures, but other policy responses as well. And what we found so far in discovery suggests not only was this happening, but it was happening on a much larger scale than even we suspected. So currently there are 17 different agencies within the federal government that have been implicated in our suit. Folks may have heard about the deposition of Anthony Fauci a couple of weeks ago. That was done.
We'll have to keep it quick. So there's another tweet. So I'll let you just get. We'll give you like.
So
if you don't mind.
But the point is, I think it's helpful to look at what's going on at Twitter through the lens of government officials, really with the implicit threat of regulating Twitter, or making trouble for them, causing difficulties for them to do their bidding, to sort of suborn the social media companies into doing the bidding of government officials. And if that's happening, then it's what we're seeing is the most egregious First Amendment violation probably in American history.
All right. Should I go ahead with this one?
I got it.
Please do, Stephen.
Okay. I got
you.
Yeah. I got a nicer voice. Sorry. I'm kidding. Am I kidding? No. Roth's response hints at how Twitter would justify deviating from its long-standing policy. Quote, to put a different spin on it, policy is one part of the system of how Twitter works. You ran into the world changing faster than we were able to adapt the product or the policy. So this is his response to the sales guy, right? And I'll read the whole thing here. It says, I think you're spot on. To put a different spin on it, the policy is one part of the system of how Twitter works. There are different things you can change when you want to affect different behaviors. Wow, that's interesting. He's talking about nudging, okay? Nudging. Keep that, remember that word, okay? Just like look it up and stuff. This is what the government used to do during the pandemic era to try to nudge people into wearing masks or embracing lockdowns. So anyway, policy and enforcement are one. The product is another. Partnerships and outreach are another, etc. And all that is situated in a bigger system, i.e. the world, which influences how everything else operates in practice. When you change one part of the system, you necessarily have to adapt to the rest. And I think that we ran into the world changing faster than we were able to adapt, or either adapt the product or the policy. But we can and should do both. Wow.
TLDR?
Well, the TLDR here is that they're talking about changing the policies and doing so in a very proactive way to drive change. They're literally talking about nudging the entire world into walking lockstep with their point of view. That is what
this looks more, and I want to kind of make a point to Aaron's point. Like if we've had policymakers leverage their connections, that there could be a lot more drops, and we saw hints of that, and we saw hints of that with the FBI. But if we saw policymakers influencing and actively influencing various executives to change their policies or ban different people, I find that very concerning, and from a legal perspective as well. But it seems, at least for today, it seems more and more that executives at Twitter were acting based on their own beliefs, Yoel being the main guy, which legally is okay, but obviously ethically is the main issue with debating key. Not sure if other speakers would agree with that conclusion.
100% agreement there. And I mean, we see this time and time again. It's to where you have this meta of being able to subvert the will of the people, rights, and, things that are etched in stone that government can't interfere with, but let's say decision makers, policy makers, thought leaders, KOLs, key opinion leaders can actually do, where they can sort of subvert and lean on people to influence it. And Twitter was very hip to that. And, right now it doesn't sound like they're acting as a social media company. It sounds like they're acting as an activist organization or a wing, acting on the behest of a political party. So when you have situations like that, again, there's not much you can do. You're right on that, Mario. It's legally, you can't really do very much because nudging, that same word that Ian uses. What are you going to do if somebody suggests something it's like with COVID lockdowns, the government recommends, we do recommendations rather than mandating, and everybody just follows recommendations. Oh, sorry, we didn't do anything. People just followed our recommendations. This is what we would do. And so Twitter really got, Yoel especially was using that active sway in recommending, and it's insidious. It's terrible.
It goes well beyond this too. Like, keep in mind when we're talking about governments, right? As we saw during the pandemic era, there were a number of leaks that came out because a few people decided to be good citizens and whistleblow the whole thing. Some governments, notably the British government, the Foreign Office, the British Foreign Office, and you can look this up, the British Foreign Office paid American influencers as well as British influencers and just, YouTubers in general, paid them to be pro-lockdown. I'm not even joking about this. This is what they pushed in order to justify lockdowns in their countries, right?
Sorry, who paid? Sorry, I missed it. Who paid who for?
The British Foreign Office. The British Foreign Office paid a bunch of YouTubers, notably leftist YouTubers, BritTubers, right? They're called BritTube. I don't know why they're called BritTube. I've never cared to look up that term. But BritTubers are basically leftist YouTubers, people like Vosh, people like Hasanabi. Now, I'm not saying these two individuals took any of the money. There's no evidence that they did. But they did pay a number of other leftist influencers who are part of this space to manipulate their audience as well as their peers into embracing lockdowns, into embracing mask wearing.
Would you say, so I have a question there for you. Would you, government officials, the government is allowed to run ads to influence the population?
No. They're doing it in secret. They're doing it in secret. They were paying them like.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't disclosed that they were paid.
Correct. Yeah, it wasn't so like the audience would have no idea they were being.
We got another one up.
Foreign Office, right? They were literally being paid to promote the stuff. Yeah, there's another.
There's another tweet. Spence, I know you want to speak, and I know I want to give the mic to Name Redacted as well. For a message you sent me, but go ahead, Ian. What's the next one?
Okay. Earlier that day, the employee wrote, quote, "My concern is specifically surrounding the..." I'm just going to read the whole thing. My concern, and this is an employee who's writing to Yoel Roth. My concern is specifically surrounding the unarticulated logic of the decision by Facebook. That's the space that fills with the idea, conspiracy theory, ? That all social media heads and internet moguls at every layer sit around like kings, casually deciding what people can and cannot see. And it's unhelpful to the internet ecosystem as a whole. Again, this is in my humble opinion only. So there was no coordination between Facebook and Twitter, despite what people, at least not on this day. They may have had, future meetings or even past ones, but on this particular day, there is no evidence that Yoel Roth or anybody else at Twitter was working in coordination with Facebook and Instagram. So
that's surprising to me in a good way.
That's surprising to me as well, yeah.
Because if there is coordination, whatever the coordination was for, it just shows, again, my main concern is concentration of power.
There could have been coordination, but that's between Yoel and Zuckerberg, right? That's not, or whoever, his equivalent is at Facebook or Meta nowadays. But there was definitely no coordination at lower levels. So
maybe no official coordination, but maybe...
Correct, yeah. Unofficial, probably. Official, none. Yeah.
Okay. Name Redacted. I'll give you the mic right after Spence. Spence, you've been waiting very patiently. Thanks a lot, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys. The one question that I would have had for Mr. Gorka while he was up was and we talked about this in the first Twitter One files, who outside the chain of command is giving orders to the CIA, FBI, the Alphabet Boys to do the things they're doing with social media? That's the number one question. Who's the root of the order?
Oh, he answered that. He answered that question, yeah. Yeah.
Then I must have missed that.
Yeah, he said that there is no one person. There is no Klaus Schwab stroking his white cat. And I think he does have a white cat. Yeah, there's no Klaus Schwab deciding on, there's no geniuses at these operations. There's no Elon Musk equivalent at these places. It's just bureaucrats who are all operating off their own, preconceived notions and biases, and many of them are very self-serving. So they're just doing what they think needs to be done, and whether that's good or bad, obviously it's bad. But there's no big commander telling them what to do.
See, that's the issue. I don't believe that, because through the government agency, which I've worked for years, I was with the DoD for a long time. I worked with the presidential flight units. There's never a chain of command that's broken without somebody knowing what's going on. somebody in a group, it could be one person, it could be 20 people.
Well, he talked about like the people on the C-suite, you know, like the people on the 7th floor, the Hoover building at the FBI office, right? Like that.
Yeah.
Those are the people making the calls, right? And the people down below, they just have to follow those orders, right? So that's yeah. That's what
when he talked about General Milley and Kelly and all those guys, we saw a massive change of command in the military in 2009 when President Obama took office. There was a big issue. Our unit went from a 98% retention rate to a 38% retention rate. There was a massive takeover of the chain of command of the military and intelligence agencies in 2008 when certain people took office. There is a group of people in the U.S. government and the Department of Defense that has been pushing this agenda in not only on our intelligence agency, but the military, not to mention, and I'm getting to your point, Ian, which when you talked about social media influencers, we had social media just pop up in our U.S. military like crazy, like TikTok, which I lobbied for 2 years to have the U.S. military banned from TikTok because I saw that they were giving away secret and top secret information in the videos that we saw from everyone from privates to lieutenant colonels. Now, to Ian's point earlier, don't forget the White House invited 30 TikTok social media influencers in to talk about not only COVID, but the war on Ukraine last year. That is propaganda to the max.
That's true. Yeah, they did it quite openly too. Yeah.
But yeah, that's
Jenna, Malcolm, your voice is incredible. Jesus,
he's got the best voice, right?
I swear,
the best voice.
Ian,
if you're not following Malcolm, follow him on Twitter. He puts out videos and it's amazing commentary. You got to listen to him.
Ian, I'll give you the mic. Just there's 2 drops, and I think it's relating to Facebook now.
Fantastic! Jeez. Please be something juicy. Come on. Okay, so earlier that day, Okay, the employee notes later in the day that, this is a quote, and Will Oramus noticed the inconsistency too, linking to an article for 10 at Medium called Facebook chucked its own rulebook to ban Trump. The underlying problem, writes Will Oramus, is that, quote, the dominant platforms have always been loath to own up to their own subjectivity because it highlights the extraordinary, unfettered power they wield over the global public square. So, if I had to hesitate to guess here, I would say that if we had the insider documents at what happened at Facebook on that day, it was probably the same thing as Twitter, where they got hungry off their own power.
It'd be hard to believe as well there isn't any line of communication between the 2 companies. Again, we don't know, and I don't like speculating, but it's just that they're just such big players, but they are kind of competitors as well. But there must be a few unofficial lines of communication, and they hold a lot of the same beliefs. Again, agree or disagree. Most of them vote liberal, so they tend to agree on. Yeah, exactly.
And it's gone even higher, 99% in 2020. Yeah.
November 15th, November 17th. Twitter employees were locked out of Facebook. Facebook employees were locked out of the Meta building. You guys should go back and reread that article.
We'll go to before I go to name. I was going to tell you. Yeah, go ahead before I go to name redacted.
Yeah, and we should probably end the space pretty soon because this is the last tweet. So it goes, Facebook's suspension of Trump now puts Twitter in an awkward position. So Facebook decided to ban him first, okay? Quote, if Trump does indeed return to Twitter, this is from an article by Will Oramus. If Trump does indeed return to Twitter, the pressure on Twitter will ramp up to find a pretext on which to ban him as well. Indeed, and that's the end of it. Like, as Barry Weiss will show tomorrow, that's exactly what happened. So tomorrow is going to be kind of more of the same thing where it's insider stuff. It's good to know. It's good to know. It's nothing that we didn't already think about, and we knew that this stuff was happening, but it's good to know that there was some internal conflict in all of this. But just as well, it's also really good to know that Yoel Roth tried to, subvert the company's own rules and regulations, and in fact, he did. He did subvert the rules and regulations, and this would later on be used as a pretext to censor more and more people. It wasn't just Trump at this point. This is just a start. Right, Twitter's descent into censorship began probably around 2018. that's when they started implementing all these so-called bots to clamp down and prevent the amplification of certain timelines or trending topics. That's when we saw probably the first instance of it was with the Learn to Code fiasco in I think it was 2018 when all of them were getting fired, all these journalists, and they're all friends with people at Twitter. But before that, going before that, it's 2014 when Gamergate happened. Twitter did not have any sort of systems in place to stop hashtag Gamergate from trending for multiple days. And a lot of game journalists got upset by this. They went to Congress people. You have what is now the Democrat House Whip. She was one of the leading voices on that one. And some of the leading voices against Elon Musk right now are the exact same players that were very active during Gamergate. So, for all those of you in the audience who know what I'm talking about, it looks like all our views have been vindicated. They used that as a pretext to censor even more people, even though Gamergate itself, I hate to divert from the topic, but we are talking about censorship here, was about the censorship of the public by the press, right, by the media. And now it's being used by social media to censor literally everybody for any reason whatsoever. And Donald Trump was the censorship of Trump was that pivotal moment that gave them that ability to subvert their own terms of service, and now they're just using it everywhere, except for Twitter, I guess, because Elon Musk now runs the place. So that's where we are.
I want to go quickly. Sorry, go ahead, Spencer. I'll give you the mic in a bit, actually. Name redacted, you've been waiting patiently. Hey, Tom's back in the house. Before I give the mic to Tom, Name, you DM'd us, I can't remember, to be honest, it's been a long day. You had a thread, and that one of the speakers referred to it. Do you want to tell us what you're referring to and what you wanted to add?
Basically, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
After I saw the Jim Baker news that he was fired or whatever, I was just curious and did a soft search on LinkedIn, and I found there was 15 other former that work at Twitter, and the part I did notice about that as well is every single one of them, including Jim Baker, I believe, was hired after Trump was elected. So I thought, Elon Musk took over Twitter on October 27th. And how long, and I guess they just found out through the Twitter file release that Jim Baker was, causing problems or deleting things or, and that's why, he's gone. But what are these other people doing there? They have these titles. I'm sure they're not all bad people, but, it's something Musk should look into. Why were they all put in? They're all in high position manager positions. One is an ex-CIA as well. It's important to note if Jim Baker was doing it, these people should be looked at as well. And then you look at like Yoel Roth, and he was having meetings with the FBI. I think it's safe to assume that Jim Baker and other people, since this was post-Trump election, were making these introductions and involved in that. And then one other thing to note, and this is only a soft search so far, is there's over 30 people ex-FBI at Facebook currently, and over 50 at Google that hold positions.
But it's important that number seems high. I don't know whether it's relatively high or not, but just, those companies have thousands of employees. Again, it could be a very high number.
Yeah, the government's a lot of employees.
These are all management, senior executive position.
No, again, I'm not diminishing that. It's definitely worth looking at, and I like how you approached it in a very, very logical way. So hey, it's at least worth looking at.
Like it's important to look at, but don't jump to conclusions, right? I mean,
exactly.
we're not going to assume that Twitter is an operation of the Fed.
I have people, but like if Jim Baker was, intervening and causing problems, well, then I think it's, just for some due diligence, Elon Musk should be like taking a look at if any of these other people that have been there are doing anything else. That's all.
Yeah, but I'll be honest, I'd love to hire some FBI guys to join my companies. It's just sexy to mention. I'll give the mic to Prodigal. Before I do that, just remember everyone, I'll pin it above, it's pinned above, and it's pinned on my profile for tomorrow's drops. I think it's the last drops before we take a break. Just make sure you register there. And then I'll tweet tomorrow the link for Mark Andreessen from Andreessen Horowitz. It's going to be a really good chat to have on Tuesday.
He'll be joining us.
It's going to be sick.
All right, Mario, I got to jump, so thank you.
Appreciate it, bro. Thanks, man. Prodigal's coming up. Where's not Prodigal?
So instead of Mario, instead of just being the Republican punching bag, I'd really like to join the Mark Anderson what will never be crypto and NFTs and tech conversation.
Yeah, of course, bro. Of course, you're welcome to join. Prodigal, man. We'll take a few more questions or points before we send a big love heart to all the audience and get Ian to summarize the space, summarize all the drops. We'll do it like in a 2-minute summary of what we found out today, and then we'll end the space. Go ahead, Prodigal. Good to see you again. And I'm glad you're not pinning 50 tweets today at the top as you usually do.
Fine. I usually put it up for context, but like I said, I won't do it.
No, oh, good. Okay, I'm joking.
Yeah, just want to touch on 3 points. The first is doesn't have to be conversations between Facebook and Twitter or TikTok. If the FBI and DHS and other government organizations are meeting with them weekly and directing them, right? Zuckerberg was on Joe Rogan's podcast and basically said, based on threats and implied advice from the FBI, that's why he engaged in censorship of the Hunter Biden story. So if you take a step back, we haven't seen what Meta has because they've never produced it, and we haven't seen what the government has. But I'm pretty clear that the government was using its agencies and employees, not just with Twitter, but with other social media tech companies. The second is in regards to January 6th. This has got to be in context, right? This is after a year of riots, the Summer of Love, which did $3 billion in damage, injured countless, killed, in excess of 50 people, and was applauded by the government. The left actually set up bail funds. So I agree, there were crimes committed on January 6th, but at worst, the majority of it was trespassing. And we saw how quickly these people were released after terrorizing, American cities and streets for a full year. I mean, we had people who firebombed cop cars, who blinded police officers in Portland with lasers. And these same government officials, including Jerry Nadler, said, no, Antifa doesn't exist. You're making this up. Well, it existed for a lot of people, especially when they couldn't bury their dead or go to their houses of worship while, our alleged leaders...
Remember Arian Danielson? He was murdered by Antifa.
Yeah, David Corn. There's a lot of people. So, I mean, the reality of the matter is January 6th is the same issue we're facing with social media. It's objectivity and how rules and the law are applied to different groups, right? So you have people who've spent years in a jail in solitary confinement for trespassing. We've seen the videos. If this was an insurrection, they wouldn't be keeping the velvet ropes on. If this was an insurrection, why haven't they released 14,000 hours worth of footage that only the committee has seen? There's a lot of questions here. We know now that the FBI had embedded in the Oath Keepers the number 2 for months. And Proud Boys, they had at least 8 assets, and they still haven't disclosed 2 years later how many assets were embedded on January 6th. Once a riot occurs, right, I don't believe everybody who was protesting was a bad actor. But once things go bad, you have Antifa, other people in there, chaos is chaos. Did chaos occur? Yes. But the only person who died from January 6th was an unarmed veteran when the video was later released that she was trying to actually calm down some of the agitators at the protest. So a lot of people look at January 6th and the story that's told. I mean, look no further than a Washington Post article where Liz Cheney's own staffers are complaining that the report is solely going to focus on Trump and it is not going to include any information regarding law enforcement lapses, law enforcement activity, and who funded militias and other groups that may have been involved. So this is just part of the narrative where they wanted to expand, right, this domestic surveillance state against 74 million Trump voters. So I mean,
I'd go to Piotr Fidjero just to balance it out on the other side before we end it with Ian. Piotr Fidjero, what's your take on what Prodigal said and your take on the drop so far?
So I think one of the fundamental, and I won't call it an issue, I'll just call it an important line not to draw, because the question of whether it should be drawn or not is a different conversation. But there is a fundamental difference, and this is really important in terms of relaying information to a public, right? Whether it's Mario or anybody else on this stage, like it or not, Mario, how many people was the total number of people that came to the last space? So not counting like Musk spaces. Go ahead.
Under 200, above 150, I think.
150,000 people, right?
The audience is being selected in different ways. I'm happy to be a part of it and to add my voice. I honestly find the messages I'm getting pretty hilarious, but what I do find is that it's an important moment to be objective when it's important, and the objective part is important when it's facts. The people need to know that a private company, i.e. not a governmental entity, is not bound by the same things that a governmental entity is bound by. So we can call it bad, right? I'm terribly against censoring speech. I don't know if it was this space or not, but I think that the content moderation part of Twitter should be run like a DAO, and I think it should be devoid of as much as it can human impartiality.
For a second.
Do you mind if I just finish the thought?
Yeah, with regards to it being a private corporation and it can do anything it wants, I'm pretty sure Tom Fitton, what he said earlier, sort of, like he foo-fooed that nonsense, right? Like there are rules that they have to abide by, despite being a private company.
Yeah, he was wrong, which is why I'm trying to be clear.
Section 230 immunity.
But the point is to be. Whether they continue to have 230 immunity or not, and get punished or judged or impacted because of that, doesn't change the fact that they have currently 230 immunity until changed otherwise. And I think
they're misinterpreting the 230 immunity. That's the issue here, is that they're taking a too broad approach to their immunity, and they're assuming, because under the current administration, obviously they're not going to get in trouble with the DOJ, because the DOJ largely agrees with them. Well, the Biden administration, not the DOJ, the Biden administration agrees with what they're doing.
So Ian, let me be clear. Here's where the legal analysis breaks down. I agree that most likely they shouldn't have had 230 immunity, and they shouldn't, absent changes from Elon, which it sounds like he's making. But absent that, what they did was not illegal. It is important to make that clear. Unethical, immoral, bad for society in general, probably had something to do with the January 6th eventual outcome. Yes. Illegal? No. The second part I wanted to just connect the dots is, I have a lot of people saying that the Charlottesville, the riots, all this stuff is the same as the January 6th. Again, it comes down to a governmental entity. There is a fundamental difference between violence directed in certain ways, or violence against a man is different than violence against a gay man. And I'm not trying to make a direct correlation. I'm trying to explain is that context and facts matter. Yes, the violence in Charlottesville and the Summer of Rage, terrible. The violence at the Capitol, terrible. The difference is the violence at the Capitol was directly against and towards our government. And to pretend that didn't happen is lying to yourselves and lying to the audience of 100,000 people.
If this was the worst thing since Hiroshima, right? It should be public, just like COVID lab issues. If we never want this to repeat itself, none of this information should be blacked out. Release the 14,000 hours worth of footage. Let us know how many assets you had embedded in these militias. Include all the facts in this report.
I don't think they can tell us. I don't think they can tell us about how many assets they have, because they'll put the assets at risk.
Well, they've already.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Just don't pretend the other side doesn't exist. That's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is that in general, if you're going to rob people of their rights and try to turn the Capitol Police into a national organization to go after anybody with certain views, then it should be completely open. DC is one of the most surveilled towns in the entire world. They still can't find this pipe bomber, but they can find a grandma that happened to trespass into the Congress. To paint this as it was an insurrection, nobody was injured. I mean, people were injured. Nobody was killed other than a nonviolent veteran. So what was painted after this occurred, in addition to the silencing and saying this was Trump, when clearly his speech, this had already started 30 minutes before he was done. His messages on Twitter and his public message said, be peaceful. The narrative that's been painted for 2 years has been a lie. And the report that's going to come out on January 6th is going to be a lie. The Washington Post, the Bezos Post, by no means is a conservative organization. When they have their own reporting saying they're not going to include any of these lapses, well, if this was a known threat, and they had assets embedded for months. Why wasn't the Capitol Police or the National Guard there? Why did Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell?
I have a quick question for you, Protocol. Just one quick question for you before I go to Malcolm. What do you disagree with in what Trump said or behaved in that period before the not insurrection, whatever you want to call it? What do you disagree with in terms of what Trump did, if anything?
I don't disagree with much. I mean, even the January 6th testimony showed that Trump was angry that the riot was occurring, and he thought he could go there and calm down his supporters, but he wasn't allowed to. Remember, the Secret Service whisked him away. So the reporting from these organizations have never been factual. This report that's going to come from this commission is going to leave glaring holes. This is the same alphabet agencies that basically lied for 2 years after the Mueller investigation, after the Horowitz report. It only came out later that John Brennan had a handwritten note saying the Russiagate lie was hatched by the DNC and Hillary Clinton to smear Trump. So these are the same organizations who have lied to you. And they don't have a great history. This isn't limited to the right. Look at COINTELPRO. Look at what they did to the Black Panthers. And this is an organization that only cares about its power, and it basically has been uncontrollable. And I'll leave it at that. I think that these are issues that if you want to take people to take it seriously, release all the facts, not half of the facts. Let everybody see the documents and make their own conclusions. That's not what has been done. They still have not released 14,000 hours worth of footage for the public to see it. I've seen the videos. I've seen cops letting them in, and I'll end on this point. Those doors at the front are magnetically sealed with a code. Till this day, we do not know who had the code, who opened them. That's something I want to know. If this is the worst thing since 9/11 or Pearl Harbor, we should know this. Just like we should know what happened in that Wuhan lab with gain-of-function research that Fauci helped fund.
Malcolm, I saw you on mute.
Yeah. And, just kind of bring it back to what we were talking about, what official was saying when it comes to, paying attention to the facts and the facts that Twitter itself is a private company and, they're not doing anything illegal. I'd be inclined to agree with you there, except, it's already been raised that they have 230 protections, despite the fact that they do not hold up their end because they editorialize and publish content that we already know. But also because they've been in communication with the federal government, which is the premise for these whole Twitter files drops, therein is malfeasance, having weekly meetings with the FBI, yada, yada, openly bragging about it, acting at behest of a political campaign that had connections to the federal agencies. That's where we draw the line here, because this shows some commingling between a private entity, which really, if we're being honest, is more of a public utility because you get GIS alerts from Twitter, as well as vital campaign information and information that is important to your interaction with not only just people around you, but also your political candidates, as, if you're exercising your democratic right to vote, the democracy, as so many people love to say. So therein, we have a reason to have an issue with how Twitter is acted, how they're shaping policy, and how they're carrying on as an activist organization, because they have a role within each and every one of our lives. And currently they're abusing that role. So private company or not, they've abdicated that when they took on the role as the facilitators of the conversation. So that's the only thing that I would like for you to think about.
You can even add to that even more. They gave broad immunity based on Section 230, so they would not editorialize and be a publisher. When you have the federal government who granted this immunity, essentially acting as the publisher, right now, any social media company can file a suit for a declaratory judgment action in a federal court based on these Twitter releases and saying, if this occurs in the future, based on this, what parameters does the federal government and its agencies have to control free speech and content? That's clear, right? Roth has already admitted of a partnership, of weekly meetings, etc. So at this point, there's enough smoke for discovery, for alleged claims, etc. If a social media company actually has the balls to do this and at least take care of this and get a declaratory judgment before the next election. Anybody saying otherwise doesn't know the law.
Yeah,
so
well,
it's illegal to request? Because nowhere in there did I see that they forced.
It's not aimed at you. It's talking of facts. It's not aimed at you. Everything I said is factual. If I'm wrong, feel free to attack it. I like to be proven wrong. I don't like to repeat stuff.
I'll give to, just brought up Ian on stage. Ian, good to have you. Just give you the mic. I see your hand up. Then we'll go to Catherine to wrap it up. Go ahead, Ian. Good to have you, man.
Yeah, so I just want to bring something up real quick, and it just came to my notice earlier today. So I looked at one of these apps or websites or whatever because I wanted to see if I was shadow banned, and I put my name into it, and I was banned from search suggestions. I don't know if anybody has like any insight.
I'm banned
on
from
that.
search suggestions as well. Yeah, I can't even
so-
buy ads because of that.
Yeah, so I'm really confused on like what that is or how long it lasts. So if anybody could like give me any
Forever.
information on that.
Forever.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks. He's working on it. He's working on right now. There's literally no way to appeal the thing, and he's talked about this. He said that he's pretty aware that it's even affecting friends of his. So he's redesigning the system right now to allow an appeals process as well as a transparency thing, where you will know what flags are on your account, so you'll know if you're being shadow banned or something, and there'll be a way to appeal it. So let's say you got shadow banned because it thought you were a bot, so it will tell you that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I mean, I was like, when I had that happen, I was like, what did I do that could have caused me to have that happen? I was just like, I don't think I posted anything against the policy, so I was just really confused. Thank you for giving me some clarity on that.
Yeah, man, I'm looking at on your account, Ian. I'm just like, this guy must have bots, but it looks legit. Like you've got massive engagement on your tweets. It's insane.
Yeah, I know. I just don't know what could have caused it. You know, what I think caused it. I honestly.
Well, Ian Miles will hopefully DM you, and you could DM him, and maybe he can help you out because he's gone through it and discussed it with Elon.
But there's no way to do anything about it right now. So I just my suggestion is to just be patient because it's affecting me as well. You cannot search me on Twitter unless you already follow me, right? So I am also suggestion banned. Yeah, it sucks. Like,
how long have you been like this?
6 months, probably 6 months. So before Elon even took over, yeah.
Well, at least they didn't ban you multiple times. I mean, me and a lot of Anons who had accounts up to 20, 50,000 were banned for no reason. All I do is post news from corporate media sources. I'm not posting Breitbart. Most of the time, I'm not posting Fox News. I mean, it's clear this was a concerted effort.
Yeah, that's clear. I mean, Elon even said so. It was concerted. I think Kat wants to speak next, and then I want to conclude with 2 minutes of explaining what happened today, and then we're going to end the thing. Unless Bricksuit wants to speak first, because he just joined in. This space is never going to end, is it?
So, what I wanted to talk about is actually like the distinct difference between, there's all these people who say that Twitter is a private corporation, and of course it is, but where it crosses the boundary, in my view, into censorship, and some of the speakers have touched on this, but where it really makes a big difference is when the government in any way becomes involved, or any of the governmental organizations. So when we're talking about the White House saying, listen, this is disinformation or misinformation or whatnot, whether it's about COVID, which I hope that comes out soon in the Twitter files or eventually, whether that comes, anything in relation to voting or whatever, the potential harm out in the world. Anything, it doesn't really matter what it is. If it comes as a suggestion, as a friendly wink wink, any kind of communication that comes from the White House, especially, and we know that has happened because the White House has specifically said that that's what they do. Right, so it's not a secret. So we know that has happened, and now we know also that the FBI and other organizations have also done this. That's when it becomes censorship, because that's when it becomes, when it comes to the First Amendment, it's a violation of that right. Because when it comes from the White House, this isn't somebody saying, hey, listen, I wish you'd listen to our recommendation. It's silly to ignore a White House source, because that is the most powerful institution in the US and possibly in the world. So that's where it becomes disturbing, because it's, even if a business wants to ignore it, even if a business wants to play by their own rules, it's undeniable, because then when they want to create their own policy, when they want to get permission to build things, to do things, to get certain legislations passed, to expend, they know that they can be punished. And any kind of interference then becomes a really troubling matter. So this is what's coming out more, but we already even knew this because, again, the White House never even hit it. And we saw that in particular at the heightened state when it came to COVID.
I'll give the mic to, I did a poll because me and Ian want to end the space, but I want to see what the audience thinks. I hope you also want to end it because we want to rest. It's been a really long time. It's literally 7:45 a.m. here. I did a poll, everyone. You can see it on my profile. I've pinned it above as well. If you think we should end it, it was a great space. We've been doing it for almost 5 hours. Or you're loving it, you want to keep it going. Let's find a way to keep it going. It is. In the meantime, while everyone votes on the poll and make sure you set your reminders on my pinned tweet for tomorrow's space, I'll give the mic to Bricksuit. Go ahead, man.
Hey, thank you very much. And I will try to be brief here. And I just want to say, I think that Prodigal really spoke to a lot of concerns I had about the J6 events and how it can't all be characterized as a riot. Personally, everybody knows that the Capitol has a large physical space. There were many events that took place that day around the entire building and some inside. And some were actually on the National Mall, which isn't even part of the Capitol grounds. So, you know, in the areas where violence against police officers occurred, I think that can correctly be called a riot. In the areas where it didn't, and for people who were in an area or didn't participate in that, I don't think they can be called rioters. I think they're called protesters more accurately. But in no case do I think that it can be characterized as an insurrection. Yes, 2 people that I remember have been found.
You dropped out, man. I think someone called you. Bricksuit. You probably can't
hear. How do we even define an insurrection? Like, what is the definition of it?
Yeah, but I think like how we define it, I think is just my opinion. And sorry if anyone disagrees. It's just semantics. I think like we all agree it was not right what happened. I think most people, majority agree.
I even called it an insurrection in my articles. You know, when I wrote about it, when it literally happened, I call it insurrection in a very colloquial sense. Legally, it's not an insurrection that would require like actual arms being brought in and people being deposed and the kinds of stuff that happened in Lebanon, for instance, that's an insurrection. But here it's like
But Ian, can I ask you then, do you consider Chop and Chaz an insurrection? I mean, they literally had their own autonomous territory. There was a George Floyd.
I consider them to be like more egregious than what happened on January 6th, but I don't really consider them to be a threat because the city could have removed them at any time. The city could have removed them at any time, but but Mayor Jenny Durkan is a fucking idiot, so she didn't do anything.
I'm from Canada, and the trucker thing was, some people were calling that in the media an insurrection as well, and it's like, there weren't people like trying to get in with like arms, and so it's like, so I feel like the intention has to matter. So did these people? I mean, I don't think I've spoken to a single person who thinks that what happened was right, but did these people come with the intention of overthrowing the government? Because to me, that sounds like an insurrection. And if they did, then yes.
A handful of people did, but most people didn't. Yeah, the majority of the crowd was guilty of trespassing and did not even be charged with any violent actions.
I want to do something quickly.
Mario,
if I could. Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Yeah, finish your point. Yeah, of course. Go ahead, man.
The second thing that I wanted to make, that I wanted to raise is that clearly in what I've seen today of the J6 through J8, Trump's banning, doesn't seem to be any direct smoking guns of governmental involvement. But I think what we're seeing here is a pattern of the government and the members of the Biden administration, as we've seen in previous releases, being comfortable with approaching Twitter to have certain posts removed. And I believe strongly that as we go forward in time and get into the response to COVID, that this is going to be their habit that continues. And at that point, I feel it's very, very likely that we will see people have legitimate speech, medical concerns on Twitter being censored at the behest of government. May not have occurred on January 6th, 7th, or 8th, but as Twitter turned into this organization that was willing to bend its rules to accommodate bans by request or bans by basically their own assertion that people have violated what they want to have happen, that there's going to be more interchange between administration and Twitter as a private company.
Mm-hmm. And just to kind of follow along off of that, as one of the researchers that during COVID was on the forefront of pointing out, hey, this vaccine only helps you generate immunoglobulin G antibodies versus immunoglobulin A, which are found in the mucous membranes, which would be crucial in preventing transmission of COVID. A lot of that information was censored. That was information that they did not want out because, you had government as well as a lot of companies marketing the vaccine as this prophylactic cure that will allow you to get back to normal and, let's boost the stonks and, do our part. And, I was on the forefront of mentioning that. And I know a lot of people got banned and censored for bringing that information out and just pointing that out. And so I think that is going to be where we start to get some juicy information because if you remember, I believe it came out that Pfizer was a heavy investor in Twitter as well as other social media companies. So that's purely monetary, that's almost monetary at that point. And again, government was subsidizing vaccines. So it was all one big, nice operation. So we haven't seen the full weight of these drops. I'm a firm believer of it.
Ian, I'll give you. Let Ian. I know you need to go get some rest, man. So you've done a great job covering the drops. So I'll give it a shot. I'm not sure. I'm gonna see if I can give it a shot on the side.
Keep going.
Because people,
you can keep going.
Bro, I want to see
it live, and we give the people what they want, right? Vox Populi, Vox Day. Except I'm not part of this because I'm sleepy. But no, I'll give you guys a 2-minute summation before I leave. Okay, so what we saw tonight was extremely slow, and God, I wish he would just drop in like 30 minutes or an hour tops. And it's like 4 hours, really? 4 hours? Come on. Anyway, today's release was granular. It was more about how, and it is important. Keep in mind, it's important. Yeah, I know it's slow, it's drawn out and stuff, but he gave us a very important inside look at what happened at Twitter when they decided that they were going to more or less get rid of their own terms of services, like to ignore them. And very few people, just one person, a single junior employee, questioned that what they were doing was correct or not. Right. So they have a terms of service and they're supposed to follow these guidelines. And it shows that Yoel basically unilaterally decided on his own, along with the Vijay, I suppose. So she's not in the chat room, so we don't see his conversations with her. Deciding that they were going to override the existing terms of services to ban Donald Trump. And later on, they would use these exact same justifications to suspend a whole bunch of other people, and that's exactly what they did tonight. Tonight, he showed that they used these policies, right, or rather the how do you call it? They superseded the policies to start banning people who are using hashtag Stop the Steal or even using the term Kraken, right? They almost used the term on Kraken, but then they decided, hey, guess what? Kraken is too popular or too common a term. We can't use this to ban people. So they decided against that one, but they did stop the steal, and they also started affecting people's accounts directly by saying that, okay, so we're not going to necessarily ban people for specifically tweeting about Stop the Steal, but if they have Stop the Steal in their Twitter bios, we can definitely use that as a workaround because that's not censoring counter speech. So counter speech is their term for basically, the opposition, right? Conservatives would be considered counter speech, and that's what they use to effectively censor people without directly censoring people. So they didn't censor those specific tweets; they censored entire accounts. And instead of, like the idea was that they were going to hit a very small, specific portion of the users, meaning people posting about QAnon stuff. They're going to hit those guys. But in doing so, in censoring people who even tweeted out the hashtag Stop the Steal, they effectively censored all conservatives because everybody was talking about it. And I'm sure, Yoel Roth in the back of his head, I can't read his mind, but he didn't care that they were doing this, right? This was something that they were so, they felt like they needed to do this because they didn't like Donald Trump. They didn't like his supporters. And if you look at his own public tweets, his own statements, was that he genuinely believed that Donald Trump was a Nazi who was in the White House. And this is years before. And now imagine on January 6th, imagine what he thinks of conservatives. This is not an unbiased person. And a lot of people, they can put their biases aside and, make make their enforce the rules, right? You could totally do that. And one of the engineers even mentioned that to him, and he just sort of like shrugged. He shrugged about it. So he was like full on. He's a full believer, and that's what we saw. This inside scoop of today's drop. Unfortunately, it doesn't really show that there was any collusion with, say, Facebook or any different platforms. But
unfortunately, unfortunately, because it wasn't exciting, man. It's not a movie. It's fortunately for us.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing. Yeah, it's actually a good thing that they're not coordinating. Right? that we know of. Yeah, they're not.
But unfortunately, otherwise the space would have like another 50,000 people listening because it would have been a lot more serious.
Yeah,
all the serious people. But yeah, Ian, I know you want to go rest, man. I'll keep the space going. I might get a debate going for a bit. I always love debates, even though the audience.
Good voices in here. I think Fidgetal has a lot to say, and I think Brick is going to want to counter him. So I might just listen in, but I'm going to hop off the co-host thing now. So maybe you can make Catherine a co-host.
What I don't ban is, and I don't think Twitter would have any problem with this. Go to your local liquor store, get a bottle of Kraken rum, throw it in the freezer, and have yourself a wonderful evening.
Oh, hell
yeah. So crack and rum? Where's this in your drink?
No, Kraken rum is one of my favorite rums.
I gotta get my mind out of it.
Yeah.
Bricksuit, so yeah, Ian, I really appreciate it, man. Get some rest. If you want to jump back on, you can't sleep, let me know. Bricksuit, Mike is yours, man. Go ahead. I see your hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about a previous instance in which Twitter did basically mass bannings based on hashtags and completely nuked entire accounts, and that was basically the when the NPC meme broke on Twitter, and people were posting NPC memes for probably about a month, and then about a month in, I'm going by recollection here, so I could be off on the time, but Twitter effectively banned every single account that had been created that was NPC in the name. So they've just basically made up their own category of violation and just took everybody off who had that account. And
is that public information or?
Oh yeah. No, they stated about it. And if you were somebody and you had that account and you set one up, well, then your account was gone. And that puts you like you can't even come back under their terms of service. And it was just so, this is not the first time when they banned people who use the Stop the Steal hashtag when they did that. That's not the first time. They just created ad hoc an entire category of people who were going to be deplatformed with really no prior notice or extreme justification. And there was, in the case of the NPC meme, that was a meme. There was no physical movement associated with it. There was no threat from it. It literally was an internet meme that they banned, and they banned every single person who used it in their profile.
So guys, that was a discussion happening before. Maybe Fidget, I'll let you kick it off. I think you were there for that debate between Vivek and Ian, probably one of my favorite segments of the show. And that's, where do you draw the line? Vivek was saying that free speech is free speech. So even if it's something extreme that you hate, and I'm not going to give examples because they're going to sound really wrong, but no matter how extreme it is, we should fight it by not silencing it. Otherwise, it will, it could become worse, and you can aggravate it. And I think I was reading an article about the Biden laptop. When the censorship of the Biden laptop started, the interest went up 5x on Google search. So people were more interested to find out what was being censored. So it kind of backfired. So where do you draw the line on where to censor? Because Ian then made points that there are things that should be censored. And we almost all of us would agree they should be censored, except that small percentage of the population that is just wrong. They're just wrong for many reasons. Let's talk about child pornography, for example. So, Fidgetal, where do you think we should draw the line?
So I think there's a couple of interesting angles around this. And for those who are going to go into my DMs, and I think someone called me a monkey.
All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here. We've been 4 hours on this Twitter coverage with Sebastian, Gorka, Trump administration. If you guys want to check this out live, it's still going on Twitter right now. Check out the link. About to start this live show. We'll be right back.